All right, I think we're going to get started in just a couple minutes. Give everyone a few more minutes to, if anyone else wants to show up, we'll give them a sec. Okay, Commissioner, we good?
I'm good.
All right. Well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us this morning. Kicking off capital budget hearings, the first meeting of the budget for next year, which is exciting. A lot to do and a lot to discuss in a variety of different ways. I guess what I'd first like to do, should we introduce folks? Yeah, sure. Let's. I'm just going to have everyone go right around the table and at least introduce themselves, because I know there could be questions for various members that will be coming up and presenting from the different agencies.
Michelle Caraway, Administrative Services, State Budget Officer.
Sherry Rockburn, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Administrative Services.
Good morning. Dennis Goulet, Commissioner of the Department of Information Technology.
Charlie Arlinghouse, Commissioner of Administrative Services, and I'm doubling for Ted Cupper, the Director of Public Works as well, so periodically.
My name is James Gary, and I'm the Budget Director for the state of New Hampshire.
And Chris Sununu, the Governor.
Senator Reagan, I'm the Chairman of the Capital Budget.
John Graham, Chairman of Public Works and Highways in the House, which handles the capital budget.
Well, thank you very much. Sorry. Hey. Sorry.
Chris Shade, Legislative Budget Assistant Office.
Of course.
Thank you,
Governor.
Chris.
Thank you. Didn't see you down there. Well, thank you. I'm going to open things up with a few remarks. I think it's important to kind of set not just where we're going, but doing things. We have very different dynamics, different variables that I think we're going to have to understand as we go into both the capital and operational budget into next year. We have a tough economy ahead of us. There's no doubt about that, and that's being polite about it, frankly. I believe the first group we're going to hear from this morning, the first agency, if you will, is the university system, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But I do want to back up and just set a context, if you will, for really what's ahead. I think the state has done a phenomenal job managing our finances. There's no question about that. We have one of the strongest economies in the country. We have beyond record surpluses, beyond revenues that, frankly, nobody could predict or imagine. So that gives us a lot of opportunity, but there is a lot of need out there as well. When we talk about our surplus funds, we're talking about having to supplement energy costs and heating oil costs and offsetting some of the inflationary costs for individuals. These are one-time funds, effectively not necessarily directly out of the rainy day fund, but they could be. But allowing the legislature to use the surplus funds to help businesses and individuals across this state is going to be, I think, a priority between now and at least next year, without a doubt. So that doesn't necessarily mean that we have gobs and gobs of money just to throw at capital, but I think we have ample amounts, if you will. Then you look at what's really happening nationally and what's happening with credit markets. I think that has to be taken into very serious consideration by folks. First, you have the supply chain issues. We all know about that. Then you have the inflationary costs. A lot of what we talk about over the next couple of days with our capital budget is building bricks and mortar and infrastructure, and that's all very, very important stuff. But you have to understand also that the costs of doing that are well beyond the 8.3% inflationary rate that we see. The construction costs are just absolutely skyrocketing, in some place 30 to 100% over typically what we would get for the same dollar in a given year. There is competition because of the supply chain issues. So every time we do a project, let's remember that we are taking supply chain product from other private companies or other projects around the state, and there's just a limited amount that's going to be available. You have projects that should be done in 2 months that are literally taking a year. We're seeing that across the country. I don't see that lifting anytime soon. So we have to consider supply chain issues, how we cost things out, how we plan, and how we budget. What we don't want to do is get into a situation where we're creating engineering design and costs for $1 million only to find next year when we have to actually pay the bill, that it's a $2 million project. And then on top of that, you have this little thing called interest rates. The cost of borrowing $1 right now is high, and it's only going up. There's no two ways about that. Inflation that you're seeing is very real, and Lord knows I am not the premier economist, but it is very basic math. It is actually very simple math to know that interest rates have to keep going higher to outpace inflation to get this economy back into line. And unfortunately, what you're going to see is a stagnated economy, and you are going to see some form of a recession. Regardless of what the nonsense politics out of Washington are, everybody knows that some realistic recession is coming. Then we have our Arpa funds. Let's not forget that when you inject $5 trillion into the economy over a period of 2 years, that's what's creating the inflationary issue. But a lot of that has come out in terms of infrastructure. So we do have our infrastructure bill, which primarily goes to the roads, bridges, broadband, waterways. About $1 trillion was authorized by the federal government about a year ago. I don't think a single penny of that money has actually really been spent yet. The first dollars are just being released into broadband. New Hampshire's doing a phenomenal job with that. We're going to be the first state in the country that invests in our expanded broadband here through the Arpa funds, which is great. Being first at the trough means that you're more likely to have the supply, actually have the product, actually have the labor force to put it in the ground, and that's phenomenal. And I really commend the folks at BEA for making sure we were #1 in the country on that. But what you really also have to understand is we already have a lot of money coming in for buildings, for bridges, for roads, for all of these pieces. And so that definitely has to be taken into account. There's already a lot of infrastructure development going on to walk kind of in parallel path with the capital budget that we're talking about today. So where it ends up, I think, I don't want to put anything in stone as to exactly what I'll be proposing next February. But one thing to consider, and I think we should hear about all the projects, but I've gone back to all the different agencies. And typically, they'll come in and we'll see a presentation of 40 plus agencies, and you could see anywhere from $400 to $800 million in projects. That is not reality. That is not going to happen. We're likely the state is going to look at authorizing this expenditure of $125 million. Should that all be bonded? I personally don't think so. We'll have that debate and we'll find out where those funds come from. But the reality is I think we'll have surplus funds to use cash to minimize the bonding capacity that we otherwise would use, because the interest rate alone on this money will be astronomical if we're not smart about how we do it. So by creating a strong economy, by being smart with our surplus revenues, that's going to give us the opportunity to still invest in these projects, but a lot of it with our own cash at effectively 0% interest, and that's a good thing. We'll still, I think, should go out and borrow. I think the markets are still will be fairly healthy, but at the same time, we have to be smart about where we go. We still have some very large projects. I don't want to go into too much, but I'll let the departments talk about. But there's two specific projects I want to talk about. One is the Men's State Prison. This project has to be done at some point, probably not in the next couple years. We're not prepared for that. But I think in the next 5 to 10 years, you are looking at a $350 to $500 million investment that this state will have to make in the Men's State Prison. That's a reality. I've talked to Commissioner Hanks and she agrees. Commissioner, you are here. How are you? Well, I don't want to speak for the commissioner, but we talked about the need for this project. It has to happen, but we have to be prepared. So I think, she'll talk about the project, and I've asked her to talk about it in a little more detail about where we go. But the first step is really making sure we get a feasibility study, some of the preliminary engineering, a realistic cost estimate, because what we really want to do is make sure the legislature has all the data and all the information possible. So I'm not proposing moving forward with a $350 million new prison, because I don't think we're prepared for that. And I think borrowing that kind of money at this point would be foolish, frankly. So there could be a cooling of the markets in a couple of years, and there could be a better time to do it and a smarter time to do it as we come down the road. But I do want the legislature to start having that discussion now and taking that information in, understanding where we need to go, and really making sure that we're thinking about the future. The second, one of the second projects I just want to talk about is with the university system, and we're going to bring them up in a moment to talk about some of their needs and projects. But we made a commitment, or at least I made, and the legislature made a commitment a couple budget cycles ago to really make sure that the state was partnering and investing in a variety of different projects, the Keene State project, Plymouth State, and the Life Sciences project over at UNH. Those projects have been ongoing. Some of them, I guess, are just starting, but the UNH project has been ongoing. It's a multi-phase project over the next few years, going to provide an immense opportunity to allow the university system to really come in line with where a lot of our direct workforce needs are going to be, whether it's in bio-life sciences, regenerative medicine, all of those sorts of things, and create opportunities for those students that can then stay here, work here, really building our workforce. I really do see it as an investment in New Hampshire's future workforce. So again, I'll be very supportive of making sure that we fulfill on that obligation. We've done it in a couple different phases, but fulfilling on that obligation as well. We made a huge investment with the nursing school a couple years ago, and boy, I mean, that's already paying dividends. If there was ever a time to prepare for the oncoming need of nurses and healthcare workforce, we did that in the legislature. I did that a few years ago, and we effectively doubled the number of nurses, the opportunity for the number of nurses to come out of UNH as RNs and retain them right here in New Hampshire. So those investments really do work. They're not just, well, it sounds like a good idea, let's see how it pans out. This is really an investment that is addressing a direct need of the state today, and without a doubt, a growing need that's going to be there in the future. So again, I think that just to understand where markets are going, where interest rates are going, I think we have the ability to still spend $125 million. That's what I'll be recommending to the legislature. But how we parse that out, I think, will be a little bit different. I think we just need to be smarter about not just saying, well, we're going to borrow $125 million on a very inflated interest rate market that might only be growing in the coming years. And also remember, not to get too technical, but when we authorize the funding, when we sign that capital budget next June, that doesn't mean we borrow the money the next day, right? Sometimes we borrow the money six months, a year, even 18 months down the road, because we have to time it to the projects as they come to fruition. So the unknown escalation of that interest rate market is something else that the legislature will really have to consider. And hopefully, as we go through the process between now and February and all through next spring, we'll all have a better sense of where this is, where this economy is really playing out, and where that market plays out. And then I think we can really have a more deeper discussion about where the dollars come from. But we're in good shape here. There's no doubt about it. New Hampshire's in good shape to make these investments one way or the other. We're just going to make sure that we're looking at prioritizing. The last thing I want to mention really quick, again, I got to back up to a point I brought up earlier. Typically, we'll see $500 million or even $900 million of projects come before this group in a combination of general funds and federal funds, other money, highway funds. I've really asked the departments to cut that back because let's make sure we're focusing on priorities. I don't want to overtax administrative services, having to review and check $900 million of projects when we know we're looking at about, if you add in all the highway and other money and federal money, that might come in maybe $300 million of projects, something like that, maybe $150 to $300 million. So I've really asked the agencies to cut back what their requests are, what their presentations are, so that the legislature and admin services and our teams can really focus on the highest needs, the highest priorities, and just be much more efficient, I think, as we go through the entire process. Okay, with that, I think we'll open it up to, and I'm going to just for everyone's, the FYI is I'll be here for the first presentation with the university system, and then I do have to step out for other meetings. James Gary will be here, our new budget director within my office. James comes from the Department of Revenue Administration, and when it comes to financial stuff, he's wicked smart, as we say here in New Hampshire. So with that, we'll kick it off with the university system.
Good morning, Governor and members of the committee this morning. My name's Kathy Preventure. I serve as the Chief Administrative Officer and Vice Chancellor of Finance for our state's university system. Glad to be here this morning. President Jim Dean of UNH and current interim chancellor sends his regrets. He is traveling back to New Hampshire today from a long-planned vacation. He would have been here were it not for that. There is material. I've put together a handful of slides. I'm not going to walk through all of these slides. I just want to hit some high points. So, as the governor mentioned during his opening remarks on slide 2, back in 2019, the capital budget that was adopted provided for 3 biennium of capital funds for university system projects. Fiscal years 24 and 25 is that 3rd biennium. And we ask that that stay intact. We aren't asking for anything more, obviously, but ask that that stay intact. I'll talk in a minute about back in 2019, the university system committed that any overages the university system would cover. We weren't going to come back to the state for additional funds. And so for fiscal years 24 and 25, a total $17 million. You can see on slide 4 in the shaded column, the $17 million will be allocated to the Biological Sciences Initiative at UNH. I'll talk in a bit about that. Hyde Hall at Plymouth State and Elliott and Joslin Halls at Keene State, just as outlined in the 2019 capital budget law. On slide 5, just want to give an overall look of where the funding comes from for the university system's capital program. We generally target to spend 1 times depreciation every year on our total capital program. So we're doing the best we can to keep up with deferred maintenance. So we've spent, over the past 6 years, we've spent $447 million on our capital program. The vast majority of that from university system funds. The state funds help enormously in our overall capital program. Our new debt has amounted to about 7%. And just for folks' information, the university system is authorized by law to issue debt for what we call self-supporting structures, res halls, dining halls. We do not have statutory authority and do not borrow or issue debt for academic buildings. And that's why the projects that we've requested state funds for are solely academic programs. On slide 7, it's the status, if you will, of where we are on the UNH Biological Sciences Initiative. This project will eliminate about $30 million in deferred maintenance. It's a complete renovation of Spalding Hall, which is, I think, was built in the 70s. And in addition, we're putting an addition onto Spalding Hall with the renovation. It's a $95 million project. It's the largest project the university system has ever undertaken. The state has supported $35 million of that project, and the university system is funding the other $60 million. On slide 9, you can see where we are in the different phases. We've completed phase 1. That was the renovation. It was completed in April. Faculty and staff are already occupying that space. And phase 2 began this month. And of note, we have a guaranteed maximum price that was signed off in January of 21, so we know what the price of the project is. I'd also offer, if anyone's ever interested in taking a tour of the facility, always happy to arrange that if folks wanted to come over and see where the dollars are going. I'm now going to just skip quickly in the interest of time. Slide 13, Hyde Hall at Plymouth State University. This project will eliminate $17 million in deferred maintenance. Hyde Hall is the most used academic space on the Plymouth State campus, and the business program is in that facility. And so it's one of our top needs at Plymouth State. That project, we're well into planning. Construction has not yet begun. And then at Keene State, on slide 17, Elliott Hall and Joslin Hall, again, a lot of deferred maintenance needs in those buildings. The vision here is to turn Elliott Hall into a student success center. So you have one-stop shopping from admissions through graduation for retention issues and career services, everything in one space for our students. I went through that quickly, but in the interest of time, I wanted to make sure that I provided you with enough time to ask questions. And as always, if you ever have any follow-up questions, the slide at the very end has my contact as well as Tom Cronin's. Tom is with me this morning. He's the Director of Government Relations, and you can reach out anytime with follow-up questions.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll open up for questions for anybody.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, John.
Kathy, we've been around this block several times. You're not going to come in and ask for anything more for this next biennium, or?
In the capital budget? No.
Okay, thank you.
I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about the competitive status of UNH and how these projects may help to add to your competitive status in attracting students in this environment that we're in today.
Thank you for the question. This biological science initiative is an imperative to ensure that we remain competitive, especially with flagships around New England. And those are the top competitors for UNH. UVM, UMass, UConn, they've all recently updated their life sciences facilities because there's such a need in the workforce. So it really is an imperative and a top priority for the university system, which is why the state support has been so instrumental.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Ted, how are you?
Do you have any concerns, given the current economic situation that the country is in with price escalations for projects, that sort of a thing?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I can tell you again on the Biological Sciences Initiative, we've signed off more than a year ago on the guaranteed maximum price with the construction manager at risk. That's why we chose to use a construction manager at risk methodology for that building. But yes, what's happening is, just as the governor mentioned at the state level, with our overall capital program, we have to really prioritize. When we're looking at spending $65 million, our one-time depreciation, we're going through the same process right now across the university system on what are the top priorities because of that escalation.
So you don't expect any other ask, even though
Of the
these-
state?
Yes.
No,
Okay, thank you.
not in the capital budget. No.
We'll get to the other budget. Don't worry. We'll get there. The question I would have is timing. I mean, I believe construction has already begun in the initial phase, right? Correct?
The biological science, phase 1 is complete.
Right.
The addition is complete, and phase 2, the renovation, started this month.
So it got underway.
Yes.
And I know COVID obviously threw a wrench into the timing on a lot of
Yes.
this. You guys did it. I'll just say you did a phenomenal job getting the nursing center open. That was the expansion. There was just unbelievable. I was shocked when they said we were cutting ribbons. I couldn't believe it. So COVID definitely threw a wrench in a lot of different things. Is your overall schedule off by a bit on the biological? It would be expected, but I didn't know.
We expect the entire project will be completed in May of '24.
Okay.
We pulled back for about 6 months, honestly, because of our own cash flow. We didn't know what to expect during COVID at the very beginning, so we pulled back on our capital program. So I would say we're probably 6 months off from what we thought it was going to be 6 years ago.
Well, that's not too bad, given everything we've gone through from the beginning. Okay. Okay, great. Well, thank you guys very much. I really appreciate it, and thanks
Thank you.
for definitely
Thank
kicking
you.
us off on the right foot. With that, I'm going to, we're going to bring up, well, let's take, should we just keep plowing through? They're here.
We actually can't start until the time on the schedule.
Oh, yep. Okay, so we're 3 minutes. Is that clock right? I don't know.
9:26.
Okay, great. So we have 4 minutes, and then we'll come up and torture the Department of Energy a little bit. So thank you guys very much. We'll take a 4-minute break.
Okay, it is now 9:30, and would like to call the Department of Energy. Just give a minute for people to get back to their seats. Okay, if you'd like to begin.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Jared Chicoine, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Energy. Thank you for the opportunity to present our capital budget request. The department administers the Federal Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program and the Federal Weatherization Assistance Program. For both programs, the department contracts with the 5 community action agencies to process applications and pay vendors and contractors for both programs. Currently, the software that the community action agencies use to process applications and run reports for both programs is outdated, insufficient for federal reporting, and not very nimble when changes need to be made. The software no longer meets the demands of these very large programs. Using these federal funds, the department will purchase new software that will gain considerable administrative efficiencies for these important assistance programs. I can tell you from our experience over the last year or so, it's very much needed. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Yeah, quick question. Given the importance of this program, given what's been happening to energy rates, how are you situated for the next year or so until this money can get to you?
Sure. Great question. Thank you. We have an action plan in place for this coming fall. We've been working with the CAPS earlier than we typically would on making sure that this system is going to be able to handle the needs of this fall. One issue that we ran into last year was we increased the benefit pretty substantially in the fuel assistance program. And as a result of trying to make that change in the software, we encountered a number of obstacles. So we're starting earlier this year to make sure we can address those problems in advance.
I was looking at the summary item and I noticed this is both for FAP and for WAP, and I'm gathering that you can use it for FAP and WAP and that will help you interface with the CAP.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I understood what the commissioner just said. In your summary, you also talk, and I remember that we provided some funds for the replacements software in a previous capital budget. What are your intentions with that money? Just to let it lapse or what?
So we're asking for a lap extension of the $316,000 from the last budget into the 24-25 biennium.
To be used on this same project?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so the total amount will be much more than what is shown here.
That is correct.
Commissioner Chicoine, thanks for bringing this project forward. Just for the edification of the committee, one of the first meetings I had with a head of agency back in 2015 when I joined was what was before OSI, and they were talking about the need to replace this system over 7 years ago. So thanks for bringing this forward. It is much needed, and I'm glad that it's happening now, and DOIT offers full support.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We have another hearing presentation at 9:45 for DOIT. Morning, it is 9:45, and I would like to invite the Department of Information Technology to give their presentation.
Well, good morning, members of the committee. Once again, Dennis Goulet, the Commissioner for the Department of Information Technology. We have 3 requests to talk about today. The first is on page 2, and it's our cybersecurity. Once again, we have cybersecurity needs, normally, when you look at this slide, you're probably thinking, "Wow, there's a bunch of geek speak on here that isn't very comprehensible." And normally we try to avoid that, but in this case, we did it because it's, if you were interested in, these are very common terminologies that are used in the industry right now, and if you were interested in researching any of this, you would find it under this terminology and on the internet. But I will break it down for you in a way that's a bit more comprehensible. Basically, the way we look at managing cybersecurity is in terms of events. The state processes millions of events per month. Thankfully, most of which are minor or that we handle right away. I'll give you some examples of what an event could be. An event could be, a bad actor in a foreign country or nation state who attempts to get into our network and fails. An event could be a failed login attempt on a critical system. An event could be a successful ransom of a PC in our environment. An event could be an email that successfully makes it through to an inbox that has either malware in it or a link to malware that could potentially ransom the state. And so we're dealing with millions and millions of these events. So one of the things that has to happen is your event management capability, your SIEM capability, needs to continually get better. So that's an area a gap that we've identified recently and are desiring to work on. The other thing that's going on now is that our enemies, whether they be foreign actors or with malicious intent, or commercial actors i.e. trying to extract money with malicious intent, are increasingly using AI technology to figure out where the vulnerabilities are. So it's not just a human on the end of a computer looking at things anymore. It's that automated intelligence that's seeking to find where vulnerabilities are in the state network and exploit them. And one really good example is some companies will put up a vulnerable server on the outside of their network just to see what happens with nothing important on it. And typically, in less than 20 minutes, if you put one up in less than 20 minutes, bad actors will find it and begin to exploit it. So that's how effective they are at getting to this stuff. So 2 things in that area, what we want to do is we want to get better at managing these millions and millions of events using this automated response technology, and also get better at figuring out which ones we should be paying attention to and not. The second current state bullet, identity and access management, that is simple. It's I'm logging into a system, and do I get in there or not? Am I the really Dennis Goulet? And am I really authorized to do those things? So one of the things that's come out since the advent of ransomware, and I want to just take a little detour here on ransomware for a moment. In the old days of cybersecurity, it used to be, we were worried about exfiltration of information, like personal information or credit card information or social security numbers. Well, that's still very important. We don't want bad actors to be stealing that information, but it's much worse now because with the advent of ransomware now, the continuity of government can be affected. So if a critical system gets ransomed, it's no longer providing the citizen services that we stood it up for. So the importance there is greater. And what's become kind of the gold standard for protecting, there's a bunch of different things you can do to protect from ransomware, but one of the gold standards is strong identity and access management. So, and in particular, multi-factor authentication. So that's an area where we're working hard to have both improve our profile around the executive branch, as well as make it consistent so that we know that all of our critical systems and the PCs, because the PC is a critical system. Typically, the way a successful large-scale ransomware attack starts is on an individual's device, whether it's a phone or a PC or a tablet. The last thing I would say is the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, NIST, continues to evolve its standards as it relates to cybersecurity. So we're always trying to keep up with that. And so that's really what that third bullet means. And without going to the desired end state through that for you in specifics, really what we're trying to do is address those three areas and improve our profile with respect to those. I'll stop on here for questions on cybersecurity before I move on to the next one.
Thank you, Commissioner. Assuming you received that amount of money or somewhere in there to do the program enhancements, would they all be done in one biennium, or are we talking spreading it out over a couple?
What we've seen typically in the recent, I'll admit we've been asking for cybersecurity money every biennium since I've been here, and I think before, and that's the sad state of things in cybersecurity. We have been operationalizing most or all of what's been granted to us by the legislature each biennium, and I would expect that to be true in this case as well.
I have a question. It relates to this and your next project. We've all heard about chip shortages in IT and the other supply chain issues which have impacted this industry. Are there any supply chain issues that you're aware of which would either delay or hinder the projects that you're bringing before us today?
In this case, no. We have some existing projects right now, particularly our ARPA funded infrastructure enhancement project, the network piece of that. We got about 3/4 of the equipment in pretty quickly, and the other quarter is dribbling in really, really slowly. So that did impact there. But we're not actually buying physical things here with respect to this. This would be licensing services and implementing services. So I wouldn't anticipate supply chain being a problem. Labor throughout there's multiple statistics around the country, but professional cybersecurity experts is a challenge in the industry. So companies are challenged with that. States are challenged with that. That's an ongoing thing.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Dennis. This goes with this project, but probably all three of them. If this isn't the purchase of software, which it doesn't sound like, it's more licensing or maybe in-house programming, are you experiencing staffing resource issues or constraints yourself with these projects, or as you're assisting other state agencies? Maybe you could just talk a little bit about where you stand with that.
Yes, thanks. That's a really good question. We are currently have the highest level of vacancy that we've had in DOIT in the history of the department. And I've checked because I've been here 7 years, but even before that, the department's been around a while, and I had my HR folks check, and this is the highest. And in the industry, we're all chasing after the same resources, so it is a challenge. But cybersecurity is one of those hot places where a lot of money is flowing in with venture capital monies for startup companies, and they're paying extremely well. So they are attracting, the private sector is attracting talent pretty effectively. That's not an area where we're having trouble. There's certain other areas where we are, but not in cybersecurity.
Okay, I'd like to continue.
I'll move on to the next one very quickly. I want to try to keep us on schedule. Financial systems modernization. We have an old kind of homegrown finance system that we've been running DOIT on for many, many years now, and since its formation. It really is time to modernize that for the purpose of efficiency and transparency, and maturing our processes, and also doing a better job of interoperating with our friends over at Administrative Services in New Hampshire first. So I won't go in too much detail on that, but we'll be happy to field questions on that. But I will say that, we have staff that are retiring that know this old system, and there's no way of hiring staff to do the old one, but potentially for a new system that was out there, we could attract talent to support that.
Question?
Dennis, as you're replacing this, is there any opportunity to use the current New Hampshire First for some of your activities?
Yeah, I think that would be a really important, to me anyway, that would be a really important part of how we approach this, is we don't recreate the wheel. So I will commit to you that we're going to look really hard at that and consult and collaborate with you folks to make sure that we're not doing that or creating downstream problems for you that were unanticipated. All right, and finally,
sorry.
and this,
One question.
I'm sorry.
So currently a homegrown system, is this software that has already been produced and is in use throughout the country or throughout the world?
It
That
was
you'd be-
produced and is in use in New Hampshire in my department. It's
The
unique.
homegrown stuff.
Correct.
Right, but I meant the replacement stuff.
Oh, yes. What we would do is we would do an RFI and find out what's a request for information. We'd find out what's out there in the market. We've already done some of that, so we kind of have an idea of what's out there. And so we would be looking for common off-the-shelf software, not something we would develop ourselves.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, finally, IT service management is really the art and science of taking whatever resources we have and effectively applying them to the support of our customers, which is our final customer is the citizens of New Hampshire, but the intermediate customer are our agency partners that we work with every day. We've been running the same system for many years. It's done an okay job of kind of transactional, one-to-one service management, but the world has evolved past that, and now there's a lot more sophistication in the science and the measurement of how effective we are. We don't have the ability to leverage that with the existing tools that we have today. We would like to begin to mature that over a period of a couple biennia. The first biennia would be analysis, finding out what's out there, how much it costs, but also, as we state in the report here, that we would like to enhance the front end of it to improve the online services that we offer to the employees of the state to make them more efficient. Right now, you can send in an email or you can call the help desk, but I think automating and improving the services that we can offer online would improve services, better leverage the pretty small staff we have who supports all of the executive branch employees, and improve end service to the citizens through that efficiency that we drive there.
Any questions?
Thank you. This is one of the ones I think the governor alluded to when he talked about spending money in one biennium and then coming back for more. If we only got the first phase, what would happen?
Well, according to our plans, the first phase would help us understand what it was going to cost. We are already spending money on the existing system, so it's not a full new. Although the cost of systems has increased with the cost of everything else, so you are correct, there would be an incremental. If we only got the first half, we'd be better off than we are now, but it wouldn't fulfill the vision.
You mentioned that the cost of systems has been increasing. Can you give me some idea on how much they've been increasing relative to other goods and services that we would typically be aware of?
Well,
If the average inflation rate is 8.6% today.
our friends over at the administrative offices of the court have the same system we presently have. They just did a request for quote, and the systems that are available now are between 2.5 and 3x the ongoing run rate to support. And we expect that the existing system will likely be retired within some years, because The existing system is traditional on-premise software. Most of the industry is going away from that, and they're going into, what's called euphemistically the cloud, where it's actually software as a service. So when you buy it, you're not actually putting software in your data center, you're actually accessing it on the internet. So that's where the software industry as a whole is going, and we expect we will be forced out of using this at some point anyway, much like we have with other systems that we have.
Question?
So in addition to, whatever, however much the management system would end up costing to buy off-the-shelf software to implement this, then because it's on the cloud, is there a subscription to that on an annual basis?
Yes, we have annual, and that's what I was referring to. We have annual maintenance that we pay on this now. So rather than paying annual maintenance, we'd be paying a subscription, which includes which typically, if you do the math, would include maintenance plus the systems that it's running on amortized over the useful life of the system, plus a profit margin for the company. So it nets out similarly over time, but often there's a larger investment bump in the beginning. So software as a service has a smaller investment bump at the beginning, and then a higher ongoing run rate because you're paying for that for the entire loaded cost of the system over time, versus in one lump big payment up front. And no lumps later. So you have that 5 or 7 year refresh that has to happen, where in a traditional model, you'd have a big cost bump where you don't in software as a service typically.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And I'd like to invite Department of Administrative Services up next.
Good morning. I'm Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm the Commissioner of Administrative Services. And who are you?
I'm Karen Rantamaki, Director of Plant and Property.
So what we're going to do, you see on your agenda, you've got, I think it's 5 or maybe it's 6 bullets in front of you. And so we're going to talk about property and stuff like that. And then at the end, I'm going to talk about the IT thing, the big IT thing. And there's a big elephant in the room that we're going to talk about at the same time. But in the interim, Karen will start by talking about property because Karen's a professional engineer and I'm a professional. Well, I'm not a professional engineer. Let's just go with that. But I want to set the context for what she's going to talk about a little bit. It was interesting listening to the university system talk about their CapEx spending and their target goals and, percentage of depreciation and all that. And I thought, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could get to that? And we basically spend the change we can find in the couch cushions and then fix the things that are falling apart worst. Is our sort of state policy for about 20 or 30 years on how we deal with the capital infrastructure. It's a slight exaggeration, but we talk sometimes, how do you determine what to go in? And I'm going to tell this story, which I think I've told the last 2 capital budget hearings, about 6 bucket leaks and 12 bucket leaks. And Karen is very nice not to roll her eyes. But I had a discussion once, Karen's predecessor, Steve Lorenzen. So Karen and Steve and I were meeting, and he talked about our requests are the 12 bucket leaks, none of the 6 bucket leaks. And I said, I'm not really familiar with that term. What does it mean? And he said, well, I'll give you an example. At the Derry courthouse, and Derry might be wrong, but when it rains, we put a bucket on certain desks where there's a leak to catch the water as it drips in. And there are places where the computer goes on the left of the desk, not the right, because we don't want it to drip on it. And if there's 6 of them, it's a 6 bucket leak. And I thought, oh, I could have figured that out. But he said, we don't ask for money to replace 6 bucket leaks because we don't have enough money. We only do the 12 bucket leaks. And that's the state's general approach to capital costs and building, maintaining buildings. And so we're going to talk to you, instead of talking to you about, there's 36 or 38 projects on the initial list, but the governor tightened our focus to about 6 of them. So we're going to talk about that. And I think we have pictures.
We do have pictures we can send around. I don't have copies for everyone because they're in color and we don't have the resources to make multiple copies of all these. But these are just a couple of our facilities that, we have the Kent Wing, which is part of main building, and the Paisley Annex, which is also part of main building, to kind of show how extreme our buildings can go if we don't put the money into them and do the maintenance that they require. One of the projects that we won't be talking about today, but we did request funding for, is a comprehensive paving project. So I also have some pictures to show examples of, what some of the pavement in our, sure, that would be great. Thank you. Yeah, so feel free to take a look and pass those around as I talk. Okay, so I already let you know I'm Karen Rantamaki. I'm the Director of Plant and Property for Department of Administrative Services. And today I'll be providing an overview of the projects requested for the Division of Plant and Property within the Department of Administrative Services. This division is made up of the Bureaus of General Services, Court Facilities, Facilities and Asset Management, and we also provide energy management services to state agencies and oversee the Capital Emergency Fund. That fund is available to all agencies for unforeseen emergency repairs. As we all navigate the changing economy, New Hampshire state government, as well as the rest of the world, has encountered project delays, lack of available labor, and increased cost on the majority of its projects. And I mention that because we've seen this throughout the past few years, that our projects are coming in higher than we anticipated. I was asked to speak about 7 projects today, starting with the Bureau of General Services and the mechanical repairs needed at the Health and Human Services and Environmental Services building at 29 Hazen Drive. This is a large project that would replace 2 existing chillers that are nearing the end of their useful life. Plant and Property has already authorized the design work to begin on this project due to its urgent nature. So we've done testing and we found that these chillers are nearing the end of their useful life and will likely need to be replaced soon, hopefully not before we get approval for this funding. These chillers are part of the critical system that regulates the climate in the public health labs. And that facility cannot operate without these units. The second project under the Bureau of General Services is at the Emergency Operations Center, and that's another critical building that must remain operational. The various repairs needed at this facility include repairs to the water supply tanks, and those are used for the facility to remain open in case we're unable to gain access to the public water supply. Also repairs to the fuel oil tank, which allows the emergency generator to run, and the installation of an emergency power connection, which would allow us to bring in a portable emergency generator if the on-site generator were to fail. The Bureau of Court Facilities I'll talk about next. Do you want me to stop in between or? No. Okay. And the Bureau of Court Facilities works in conjunction with the judicial branch to prioritize their requests. So their top request for this coming biennium is for the construction of a new courthouse in Rochester. The funding for the design was approved in the last biennium, and that design is underway now. So the $14.8 million request would fund the construction of the Rochester Circuit Court. And the existing facility does not meet current courthouse standards and has no space to include the Rochester Family Division, which is currently located elsewhere and has proved to be confusing for the clientele. The next bureau is the Bureau of Facility and Asset Management, and we've requested funding to increase the number of heating zones in the Thayer building. This building is nearly 100,000 square feet, and it's currently heated with just 5 zones. The lack of sufficient zones means areas of the building are consistently too hot or too cold. And when boilers are adjusted to compensate, it results in overheating and wasted energy. This is typically the most common request that my staff get in terms of service calls throughout the day. So we're always responding to people that are, complaining about the space temperature. Next is the Office of State Energy Management. And this office, as I mentioned earlier, assists all state agencies with energy saving projects in state-owned facilities. Agencies submit reports annually on the projects that they would like to do. Projects are evaluated by energy management staff, and those with favorable payback numbers are funded. Some examples from this year's list include projects for insulation, high-efficiency heat pumps for heating and cooling, boilers and furnaces, windows, and lighting controls. So with that request, we request a lump sum, and then it's allocated throughout the biennium to those projects that I mentioned earlier. Additionally, the state energy manager submitted a second request for funds to upgrade the remaining fluorescent or other older technology lighting to LEDs. And this would be throughout all of our state-owned buildings throughout the state, not just administrative services, but all agencies. This relatively simple project could save the state a considerable amount in electricity costs if it were to be completed. There are also some economies of scale that could be exploited if the project was undertaken as a whole and not piecemeal. As funding has allowed, or when other work was done in a facility, the state has slowly started to migrate to LED lighting. It is estimated that about half of the state's square footage still needs to be converted to LED. The average payback period for this lighting, when solely considering the energy cost, is 7.5 years, and this would also result in significant maintenance savings as well as a better work environment for our staff. And then finally, the Division of Plant and Property is requesting $1.5 million in emergency funds. And the emergency fund is available to any state agency for emergency repair work to any of its state-owned facilities. In the recent past, the emergency fund has been used for elevator repairs, repairing leaks in HVAC piping, boiler repairs, and structural stabilization of underground tunnels. And that concludes my testimony.
Just a couple things to put in context what we do for people. There are three major bureaus in plant and property that manage all of the state building for all three branches of government. We manage the office buildings, we manage the courthouses, we manage the buildings in which people work or we store things. What we don't manage are patient or residential housing. So for example, think of corrections as residential, if you will. But hospitals, we don't do Glencliff, we don't do the Sununu Center, we don't do New Hampshire Hospital, we don't do the prison. But we do, if the Department of X is working somewhere, this is what we do. There are two pieces of plant and property, though, that serve all state buildings regardless. The one is the emergency fund, because emergencies are not confined to, they happen everywhere. And the other is energy. We do energy efficiency in hundreds of buildings, not the 90 or 95 buildings that are part of our direct management. So that's the piece where that is. I mentioned before that there's a lot to fix. I mean, frankly, on some point, if you wanted to fund capital budget projects somewhere between 12 million and 800 million, we would be able to spend it easily and be fixing stuff that needs fixing. We're going to work probably toward the end of the summer with some legislators on the House Finance in particular has expressed an interest in management. And I committed to, well, initially at Fiscal to Representative Edwards, but happy to talk to you about what we do and what we track and how we track it. And he apparently has a building interest, I think is the right expression. And what I've offered is to tour buildings, because people are occasionally, you get invited to like DRA, which is the nicest building in state government, or Employment Security, which is the second nicest building in state government. Probably you have very few meetings in the main building or Johnson or Lonergan, where large portions of those three buildings are just dumps. And it's the kind of thing we like to show people. So we're going to pause before we do IT stuff. So if people have questions.
Sure, Representative.
Thank you, Commissioner. Looking at your initial list, the longer one, there are several items that potentially could be paid with ARPA funds, HVAC and some other. How seriously have we been looking at using those type of funds for any of these requests that are there, and how far along are we with that?
There was one ARPA fund project approved for HVAC, and I think it's $20 million. 24 million, depending, but some of it's dedicated. We're doing everything we can with that, and sometimes the HVAC work is done in conjunction with another project. And it's certainly something we'll look at. That's the only ARPA use that has come up. So for non-HVAC work, there is no ARPA funding. But for HVAC work, there is, although there might be. We've had some discussions with oh my God, I forgot their name. Gopher, excuse me, with Gopher. But other than that, how far along would you say we are on HVAC?
Yeah, just to add a little bit of detail, we have about 6 or 7 facilities that we're working on currently with HVAC. Unfortunately, the 24 million doesn't go as far as we all think it should with HVAC, because they're all, multi-million-dollar projects. We have big complicated buildings, and everything has become, more expensive than it was a couple of years ago. So we are utilizing that. I just checked it this morning. I think we have, out of the 24 million, I think we have about 20 of it committed to projects, with a little bit left over for things that might go over budget, or, one more project that might come in later on.
Good morning. The pictures that you passed around were very interesting. You're not requesting funds for those projects in this. Can you tell us about how many square feet are involved in those buildings that you passed pictures around? Do you have a rough ballpark on that?
So the state in the if you want to think in broad global terms about the buildings that we manage, there are the buildings in Concord and the buildings that are not in Concord. The buildings not in Concord are typically court facilities, but not exclusively court facilities. And the buildings in Concord, except for the ones with the label court, are not. We manage about 2.2-ish million square feet of office space, I think, in Concord, and then additional leased space. Space that we currently describe as unusable.
Which would be those pictures?
Which would be, so think of Bancroft, Kent Wing, Paisley Annex, Kent Annex, a bunch of the sort of tentacle additions to the main building on the state hospital campus. And most of the dreadful stuff is on the old state hospital campus. I would say that's, what do you think, 400,000 or 500,000?
I would say less than that, but. So I think the main building, if you take the whole thing, Bancroft excluded, is about 300,000 square feet, and we're using about 200,000 square feet. Does that sound about right? And then Bancroft is another 45,000 square feet. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say 40, but yeah.
Yeah. So probably about 150,000 that looks similar to the pictures that I passed around.
The broader point about the picture, though, that I want to make sure I make is so when I started as commissioner, which is almost exactly 5 years ago now, one of the first things I did is I took a tour, for lack of a better word, of a bunch of our facilities. I was actually excited about going to the Pleasant Street campus because they have tunnels, and I kind of like tunnels, and they're actually kind of cool. We walked through, at some point, we walked through the main building, and there are pieces of it that are all different. So we entered the building through Kent, Old Kent and Kent Annex, and then we walked through the regular part of the main building. We went to Paisley Annex, and we ended up in the North Pavilion. And what's typical of those 3 buildings, and there's no reason everybody would know necessarily what those are, is we walk in Kent, and somebody said to me, "Don't look around, look down. And if the floor looks like you might fall through it, you probably will. So step carefully." And the piles of stuff are exactly what you think they are, because we can't keep all the birds out, and raccoons and things like that. This is a building that is probably gone or close to gone. We went to Paisley Annex, which we'd been doing some cleaning work on, cleaning out all the accumulated detritus of a century and a half. And then we're starting to do structural work, which turned out that it's probably not habitable, at least not for anything very heavy. And then we ended up in North Pavilion. I think it's called North Pavilion. Anyway, which is lovely. very nice office space, modern cubicles, and you wouldn't know you were in a 150-year-old building. I mean, it could be, it was one of the nicer spaces in state government. And it's sort of an A, B, and C thing. If we don't spend money on buildings, they will decay. The worst example of that is the thing in Laconia. A whole bunch of buildings that are now a fitting monument to some of its horrible uses, because they're decayed, horrible, and we can't let people in because we don't let people in wearing hazmat suits right now because the mold is so bad, and we don't want buildings to get that way. So we have buildings in various stages. Very few are at the point of Laconia. Not that many are at the point of Kent that you looked at, a couple 100,000 square feet. But every building has the potential to get there, except probably Walker, Employment Security, and DRA.
Thank you. Substantial amount of square footage lying dormant.
Question, how recent are the cost estimates used to put together for these projects? And are they fairly recent in the fact that they've taken into account the dramatic increase in prices we've seen? But more importantly, do they take into account the rising prices we're still expecting, certainly through the end of this calendar year?
I'd say most of the pricing is from the February timeframe, but I agree, even between February and today, there's been a huge shift in pricing. And I can't say what they're going to look like next summer when the funds actually get approved.
So all the capital budget stuff is, the deadline to submit it is February something, right? And so agencies, our agency too, are putting them together in a time frame in December and January of last year. Typically, the piece of the process where the projects that make an initial first cut by the chief executive are sent to Public Works for estimate. Those estimates often result in very different numbers, in part because Public Works is charged with taking into account current pricing and trying to predict for the future. God knows how they're going to predict for the future this year. But I would say that almost every project that you're going to see before you, that's going to be an issue. And, by the time it gets to House Public Works, some of the estimates are going to be quite old, and God knows what's happening with inflation. On the good news, though, I would bet the payback number for the energy projects is quicker, because energy rates, inflation may be 8.5%, but heating oil is 93%. So, and electric costs are going nuts. So we might have a quicker payback than we thought.
Commissioner, you were talking about buildings decaying and stuff. I think it was about 18 years ago, we did a master plan on the Hughes office park. And for a while we followed it, then we didn't. I would suggest that you look at maybe requesting something in the capital budget or your operating budget to do something similar with a larger scope of buildings. Are we ever going to fix them? Are we going to have to spend money to tear them down? And to have a plan to present to the legislature, for a multi-biennium process to do all of that, because doing things 2 years at a time just doesn't seem to cut it. And even when we have a master plan, we don't always keep going on it because other things take priority, like a prison.
Well, I would like a prison. Geez, and that price tag, God knows if we'll build anything else. Well, great minds think alike. So Karen and I have been talking recently about master plans. And for committee members who don't know, there was a master plan done on the Pleasant Street campus in 95, and then a second one in 2004. And the 2004 one is the one that you can find online, buried somewhere on the Public Works website. You have to dig a little to get there, but you can get there. But you're right that a lot of it, at the time, Spalding was, I think, the only building that had been recently renovated, and the rest had not. But we looked at it, and is that where we want to go now? Is that where we? By the way, a lot of it is still, if you dig that out, not bad. But we were talking, and I was discussing with Karen whether we do multiple master plans, like, one for Hazen, one for downtown, one for the campus, or we just do one for state buildings in Concord which I think might make more sense because what you end up doing on, downtown or on Hazen is probably influenced by whether you've met needs. Like, what if we take DOIT, for example, and plopped them in a cornfield on Clinton Street? I mean, in a building, right? Not just in a cornfield. But it would kind of change what we do on Hazen Drive and things like that.
Okay. Thank you. If you'd like to continue.
Okay, if there's nothing else on buildings, no, don't go anywhere because there could still be something on buildings. I want to talk to you about IT. There is one IT project on your list, but it's not the big IT project. There's a request for a learning management system. The state in something like 2015 purchased Moodle. I think literally as a result of a training project that some BET course as part of their certified public manager work had come up with the idea to do a learning management system. And we bought an off-the-shelf, very free, is it freeware, I think that they call it?
Open source, so it's free except until you try to run it, and then it's a lot less free.
Yes, and it's a lot less free. And it's been worth every bit that we paid for it. It's perfectly reasonably adequate if you're not trying to do anything complicated. But learning management, if the state is going to invest in employee training, is essential. And somebody said at Fiscal a month ago that, I believe learning management system is part of any competent HR operation. And I'm sure that the state has a pretty good one. And I said, some of those statements are true. So that's a piece. It would probably cost about $750,000, and we could integrate it into New Hampshire First. The bigger picture is New Hampshire First. There is not here a capital request for an update to the state's enterprise system. The state's enterprise system is the computer system that runs the entire operation: financials, budget, payroll, HR, procurement. Pick something. I'm sure I left 12 things out, but basically everything you do is done through one giant system administered by our Department of Financial Data Management. It's much more than just financial data. The state in 2007 and 8 stood up a new system after having a homegrown one that had fallen apart. It wasn't homegrown. We just stopped ever updating it and keeping up with the updates. And so, at that time, there were, 2 guys left who knew how to do it, and they were both going to retire. So we set up a new one, and the winning bidder at that time was Lawson. Lawson has since been bought by Infor. Infor is who manages our system. We are at a place, we do upgrade the system now, which is really important. For a comparison purpose, think of it this way. Should the state try to run its computers on Windows 95, or should we keep going forward and upgrading every time we go to 98 and then whatever followed that? Like Windows 98 is what I have at home, so... But we kept carrying forward, kept updating the system so that it is continually supported. The next upgrade is called going to the cloud. It has a component of it. The upgrade happens to be also called Cloud Suite, but it is a massive update to the state's financial system in particular. We are at a point where our staff and DOIT are in discussions about what do we do? Because the state has functionally 3 choices. The one choice is to do nothing, to decide that continually upgrading the system is too expensive. This is a choice the state has made in the past on occasion. The upgrades really are expensive, and they cost a lot of money every year to keep up to date. And at some point, you can just get off the Ferris wheel and stop. Then eventually that collapses, and your computer system looks like the pictures of Kent Wing that I passed out. And that's where we've had problems in the past, and there are legacy systems in various holes inside state government where that still exists. The second thing you can do is buy a whole new system, a whole new ERP. We're going to upgrade. Massive upgrade is the time when you might want to bid and reprocure. And you look at Oracle and Workday and 6 others, I'm sure, that make systems and Infor, the current product. That's more expensive, but it's starting from scratch. I would say that's one of the 2 options that we're actively considering. I think that we're not actively considering doing nothing. I think Dennis's team and our team would both agree that doing nothing is silly. the middle ground, if you will, is to upgrade the current system. But if you upgrade the current system, you have to do it right, and you have to do it in a fairly expensive manner. And the rough cost estimates, and we haven't gotten to the point of doing really, really good cost estimates, but in terms of not just buying the software, but hiring the implementation teams, because it's not something people can do in their spare time. We make the mistake a lot of times where we add a project on the presumption that no one's actually working and that they don't actually have a job and they can just do this on the side. And it's possible, there might be somebody somewhere where that's possible, but none of them work for me. And so that's not how that works. So we'd have to hire people. So probably 20 to 25 million would be the cost of, at the low end, of some sort of migration, maybe a little higher than that, frankly, given what's going on with IT costs. And the upper end of it with the new procurement could be as much as 90 or 100. I'm looking at Dennis to say I'm crazy.
You're not.
I'm not. There we go. At least not in this respect. Anyway, that's where we are. We're in discussions. Dennis's team and my team have talked. We are likely in the late spring, early summer to have a meeting with the governor, who, as you know, has strong perspectives on technology and its uses. And then at that point, we might be coming back. That's out there, and it's huge. It's not men's prison huge, but it's, men's halfway house huge, if you know what I mean.
Are there any
Just,
questions?
if I may,
Yes, please.
just one caution. I know that on House Committee on Public Works and Highways, there is growing concern about how much IT software and other things we are bonding for 20 years every time somebody comes in with a new great idea, when we have buildings that are falling apart. I don't know how we balance that, but I just caution that there is that sentiment that goes, well, if we spend $50 million of 125 on software, what building falls apart?
So, yeah, so I resemble that remark in multiple ways, right? And I had a conversation the other day where I talked about, real capital projects and IT capital projects. And unfortunately, I think I said it in front of Dennis, but I didn't mean to. But it's the same thing, right? We have these two tranches, and how do you balance it when your price tag is 125 million, and it's the people who do I know what Karen would suggest we do, and I know what Dennis would suggest we do, and I don't think they're the same thing.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite the Community College System of New Hampshire to give their presentation. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Mark Rubenstein, serving as the Chancellor of the Community College System of New Hampshire, joined by my colleague Matt Moore, who many of you will know from his long service on behalf of the state and the community college system, overseeing our facilities. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. You have already a comprehensive packet, and I don't want to take the time to walk through all of it. I think I'd like to try and prioritize the time you have for questions, but I would like to just address a few key points just for background. Virtually everything that we do is to support the workforce here in the state of New Hampshire. This past year, the community college system conferred degrees to 280 nurses. In fact, over the last 12 years, 3,400 nurses graduated by the community college system of New Hampshire. During that same time, over 800 automotive technicians, nearly 1,000 welders, 2,000 degrees and certificates in business, a third of those in accounting. So our work is really about preparing students to engage and grow in the New Hampshire workforce. Our needs for capital, in turn, are built on that need, the ability to sustain and expand those efforts. And ultimately, what we need to be able to do is deliver those programs throughout the state. So our ability to concentrate in a single location would undercut our ability to serve each region of the state. Having said that, you will see from our packet some key projects. Little Hall at NHTI, Turner Hall at Lakes Region Community College. Both of those buildings approaching 60. I've been on the earth longer than they have, and I know how aged they are firsthand. Having said that, if you look at those buildings, what you're going to see are aged facilities, worn facilities, not the inspiring locations that we want to deliver forward-looking programs that our faculty try and inspire students with. And to some degree, the challenge that we face is that those facilities are worn to the point of concern for health and life safety. We've got asbestos that we've got to deal with in Little Hall. We've got roofs that are deteriorating. We're somewhere between the university system and Commissioner Arlinghouse. We're not just looking for change where we absolutely need the 12 bucket situations, but we do have some buildings that require more attention than we can currently address and need support from the state for those. What we're ultimately looking for isn't to rebuild the same buildings that we've had for those 60 years, but we'd like to be able to ensure that those are functional spaces, those are safe spaces, that we have the flexibility to adapt curricula over time so that those can better reflect the ways in which teaching and learning happen. They can change with the economy and the need for academic program. One of the characteristics of the 1960s when those buildings were built, in some cases, there was a tendency towards specialization. So we've got specialized spaces. What we're looking for is to be able to recast that in larger, more flexible options so that we can integrate learning across programs and, again, adapt as those needs change. The other thing that you'll notice in our presentation, it's also reflected in the critical maintenance, just some overarching priorities. Energy, secure building envelopes, and life safety issues. So you'll see HVAC, roofs, sprinklers, asbestos mitigation, those sorts of things. Those are just fundamental needs for the buildings to be appropriate for the use of our students and our faculty to deliver the programs. So let me stop at this point and see if there are questions that I can answer.
Yeah, my question is one similar that I asked for UNH, and that is the competition for students is intense. And how do these capital improvements relate to your plan to not only retain students currently in your program, but attract new ones? And if you could talk about your competition and some of the things they might be doing and how you're either falling behind or keeping pace with them with these projects.
Well, we've recently surveyed prospective students and parents for our traditional age students, and we've gotten significant feedback that facilities matter. In some ways, teaching and learning are hard to see unless you're actually there as a student. So you look at the physical surroundings and you get a sense of what the commitment is, what the quality is. And to the extent that, as I said before, we've got forward-looking faculty, very creative and entrepreneurial and thoughtful, and they're teaching disciplines in STEM and healthcare and other things that should be very future-oriented, but they're doing it in buildings that even their parents think look outdated. That's a problem. The other part of competition is a little bit different for us. Significant number of our students are working adults. They're already in the workforce, and what they're looking for is a learning environment that's comparable, consistent with the places where they're working. If they see a setting that doesn't look like the place where they work, doesn't look like the type of environment, engineering facility or the type of machining facility or culinary arts or automotive, that's problematic. So what we're really trying to do is and not just sell against competition. We're actually trying to build congruence between what they and their employers recognize, because a portion of our work, as I said, is with working adults already in the workforce, cultivating relationships with their employers as partners. And we've got to be able to deliver programs in settings that look very consistent with the world in which they're going to be expected to operate.
Thank you.
Just one. I know in the past we've partnered with industries and groups to help fund some of these projects. The Dental Association and others have stepped forward. And looking at some of these, is there anybody on your staff or on the board who is out trying to beat the bushes to see if somebody would help with the transportation related technology or the energy or any of the rest of that to help offset some of these costs rather than the state bearing it all when we're trading their new employees?
In short, yes. We've had good support from Eversource for our line workers program. Milton Cat has provided $200,000 to White Mountains Community College. We've had gifts to Lakes Region for our culinary arts program. We continue to look for those opportunities to align our interests with businesses and to recognize that it's just shared responsibility and shared investment.
Can I, nice to see you again, and very clever of you to bring Smokey with you. I presume that when you go to House Public Works, he'll be in the front row. Just saying. For the context of the committee, to what extent, people too often equate the community college system and the university system in terms of share of state funding. What percentage of your capital program in a given year does the state capital project represent? Ballpark.
Do you mean compared to our operating budget?
No, let's say, like, what's your total capital funds? Is the state share, is the state capital appropriation all of the capital investment you make, or is it 10% of your total capital investment in a given year?
It's the majority of it. As the Chancellor mentioned earlier, we do seek other funds from Eversource, and we have donations, as he's mentioned, but it's a small percentage, but we do put quite a few of our operating funds into, repairs. We've got our culinary program at Lakes Region, for instance, was done through grants and donations. We didn't even get any capital dollars for that, but it's a small amount, but it serves the opportunity in that case to move an off-site culinary program to be on-site.
I just wanted to point out for the benefit of everybody here that the university system has a large capital program and the state is a small bit of it. For the community college system, this is much more make or break.
Yep, one question. Ted?
So I'm looking at your handout. You have a detail page. I think it's like page 9 that says year 24-25, $19,100,000 for a total. And then a little bit further on, there's an appendix, and it lists specific projects which total out to be $3,150,000. Is the $3,150,000 your request for this capital budget biennium?
No, this is the appendix with detail is the critical maintenance. It's a subset specifically of I want to say smaller projects, but in some cases they're relatively large, but it's just a subset of the total.
Okay, so it's a subset, if you will, of the $19,100,000.
Yes, it's line 1 of the first page 9 that you referred to, top line for 24-25. So it's part of the 19.1 million requests that we're asking for.
Okay, thank you.
Your presentation concluded? Is your presentation concluded?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much then.
Thank you.
Next, like to invite the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
We are passing out our latest and greatest, and that is the information that we will be presenting to you today. I'm Sarah Stewart, and I serve as the Commissioner of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, and it's an honor to be with you today. DNCR is home to 5 divisions: the Division of Parks and Recreation, the Division of Forests and Lands, the State Library, the Division of Historical Resources, and the New Hampshire State Council on the Arts. And at our agency, we are proud to protect, preserve, promote, and manage our state's natural and cultural resources, supporting New Hampshire's economy, high quality of life, and strengthening the experiences of our residents and guests. In a moment, Tom Mansfield, who is sitting to my left, who is our lead architect for the agency, will walk you through our 5 capital budget priorities. But before I hand it over to Tom, I want to provide some general context. Our capital budget needs address the increasing demand for outdoor experiences. As you know, New Hampshire is the state positioned to accommodate such demand with a wide variety of experiences within proximity. But we are not going to be able to sustain the level of safety, cleanliness, and accessibility without strategic and consistent investment in our $200 to $300 million worth of infrastructure. These investments make impacts beyond state park boundaries. Host communities see our parks as an asset, partner organizations thrive when we thrive, and the state's overall tourism industry benefits when state parks are clean, safe, available, and accessible. As an indication of demand, the New Hampshire State Park System offers 1,419 campsites in 23 campgrounds, and we are fully occupied on weekends and holidays. I also want to remind folks that it was in 1977 when legislation was passed to fund a tram replacement project. Since then, Tram 2 has transported nearly 10 million passengers, and this tram has served the state well, and it is now time to consider its future. We have also added a request from the Mount Washington Advisory Commission, which has a draft master plan in the works. This will be the first completed master plan since 1970, and the Commission strongly believes an environmental and infrastructure assessment at the summit is imperative in order to make sound decisions about future development capacity and investments on Mount Washington. Turning to our forests and lands priorities, the New Hampshire State Forest Nursery had a record-breaking sales season for the 3rd consecutive year this spring. 2022 saw a 67% increase in sales over 2021 and a 73% increase in number of customers utilizing the New Hampshire State Forest Nursery. Over a 5-year span, the nursery sales have increased by over 239%. In this capital budget request, we lay out several opportunities to get our forest and lands infrastructure up to date and efficient in order to sustain this growth well into the future. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the ongoing support from this administration for all 5 of our divisions. As we have endured a few roller coaster years with COVID, we would not be in as strong a position as a department to provide the array of constituent services that we do without your recognition of the impact we make on communities throughout the state. And now I'll turn it to Tom to walk you through our top 5 priorities.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Our 5 capital budget item requests are as follows. The first one in our top priority is a category we call roofing and repairs. We've been privileged to receive money in this category for at least 6 bienniums that I'm aware of. It's a category that covers roofing repairs and deferred maintenance projects that are required to keep the parks and other DNCR facilities operating and providing services. It provides a source of funding to allow the department to respond to critical facilities failures. This is things like water pump failures or septic pump failures or storm damage. I remember in 2016, we had a storm in April that tore up the paving at North Hampton Beach. Because we had this funding in place, we were able to have the parking lot repaired and operational in time for Memorial Day. So it's very important to us from that respect. The roofing component of the project is something we've been working on for years, and it's going very successfully. We're catching up on deferred maintenance in the roofing. This proposal outlines work for approximately $350,000 worth of roofing. It would re-roof something in the order of 80 structures in our park system. And those structures be picked through our scheduled maintenance program. We have a database which we call Fixed Asset Resource Management System, or FARMS. And we assess the roofs, and so we can predict when we think roofs are ready to be repaired. So this would continue our program there in a very significant way. The repairs part of the request, there is a list of projects which we have included in your packet. And these are representative of the type of projects that we'd be doing for repairs and upgrades and fire safety throughout the park system. We do want to point out that we need the flexibility to respond to emergencies as they arrive, so we would anticipate that there would be some revisions and substitutions to that list as we go through the biennium. So that's item number one. Our second priority is for forest and lands facilities. This request addresses, again, deferred maintenance, facility upgrades, and fire safety improvements at 5 of the Division of Forest and Lands facilities. The most prominent in that group is the State Forest Nursery in Bosquen. You just heard the commissioner tell you that the demand for the nursery for their seedlings has gone up significantly, and their program needs some help, and particularly in the seedling cooler facility. Seedlings need to be kept in a refrigerated building. Currently, we have a lean-to type building off the existing main barn. It's got structural problems. So what we would like to do is replace that lean-to the barn with a new refrigerated facility. Refrigerated buildings have taken huge steps forward, so there'll be a lot of energy savings in it. We need about 4,000 square feet of space. We would gain back 2,000 feet in the barn, which then can be repurposed for seedling sorting and shipping. So it'd be a big gain there. The other areas where we are asking for funds for forests and lands are Fox Forest, Urban Forestry Center, North Country Resource Center in Lancaster, and Shielding Forest in Peterborough. Our third request is a big and important one to us. It's the Canon Mountain Tramway replacement. That item number 3 and item number 4, ideally we would do as a pair, but we broke them out in case the funding could only come at us in bunches. But the situation is that the Canon Mountain Aerial Tramway is reaching the end of its service life. The one that we are operating with now was built in 1977. The tramway aerial lift is important because not only is it a ski lift in the wintertime, supplementing on weekends, the busiest weekends, it'll supplement the skiers that can come up on the regular lifts. But through the spring and fall, it's a major tourist attraction in the White Mountain area. And it takes in about 100,000 riders in a season. Recently, it brought in $1.8 million in ticket sales and associated retail sales. So it's important to us from that point of view, but also we feel that it does attract tourists to the area and helps all the other businesses in the North Country. Now, the company we've been working with on maintaining the tramway is the Doppelmayr Company, and they've given us a pretty dire report about the current tramway. The tram cars, or cabins as I like to call them, are pretty much just physically worn out. The cabins are supported from the cable by a carriage, which is a steel arm, and those steel arms, they have to support a lot of weight in pretty severe weather conditions. They have a life expectancy. We're within 3 years of the life expectancy of our carriage arms. The gearboxes and the motors that run the whole assembly are essentially obsolete. The company that provided them for us is no longer in business, so replacing them in kind is not a possibility for us. And the electronic controls that operate the system, they were put in the late 70s, and they run on floppy disks. So we're in a situation where we're really pushing the lifetime. There is that safety concern about the arms, and the New Hampshire Tramway Safety Board has to certify us every year for safety, and at some point they may not be able to do that. So we'd like to be well on our way to replacement by then. So the fourth request, which ties into this, is renovation of the two lodges that serve the tramway. The Valley Station at the base, where passengers come in, get oriented, buy their tickets, and get on, and the Mountain Station on the summit, which receives passengers. These were last majorly renovated in the 1980s when the new tramway opened up. There have been some small renovations since then, but basically it's looking pretty old. I mean, charitably, you could call us retro. Uncharitably, you could say we're shabby. It's that situation. There's three aspects to what we need to do to these buildings. One of them is the exterior envelope. We need upgrades there. Fortunately, with the roofing funds, we have the roofs under control. But the siding, the windows, the exterior trim, and the doors, those are all parts of these buildings that need to be repaired and upgraded. We have a life safety concern in these buildings because they actually both stretch back to the 1930s for the first tramway, and they have been renovated and added onto. The state fire marshal in their annual inspections has pointed out to us that it's time to really get the egress routes clearly defined, the fire separation walls up to snuff. We need to do that work too. So we have the exterior envelope, the interior renovations for presentation to the public, and life safety. We'd love to do this together with the tramway project and have a complete renovated tramway to present to the public. Finally, our fifth item was not on our original capital budget request, but we have added it at the request of the Mount Washington Advisory Commission. The commission has been working on a master plan for the summit of Mount Washington. We know that use of the summit has been going up, and planning for it, it's become apparent to make good decisions about planning for that. We need some real solid information. So we're looking for an assessment that includes environmental concerns and infrastructure concerns. The infrastructure ranges from water supply at the summit to the building, the space that we have on the summit. Do we have enough shelter to protect people in a severe weather situation, which happens frequently and unexpectedly on the top of Mount Washington? Can we shelter everybody we brought to the summit? What about communications facilities on the summit? It's a major communications site, and there's commercial users up there. There are more commercial users that would like to be there, but there's also public safety users. There's the FBI and there's Homeland Security, and they provide real functions for public safety. So we need a coordinated look at that, and all of that we hope would provide a foundation for future development plans, considerations of the summit's carrying capacity, and strategies for ecosystem conservation. After all, it's an alpine ecosystem with certain fragility that we should be paying attention to. So let's a quick review of our 5 items, and I will try to answer any questions I can.
Yeah, I have a quick question, hopefully. First, I want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. It sounds like with the tramway particularly, and it coming to the end of its useful life, this isn't something you're going to be able to maintain your way through. I mean, we can't just give you a roll of duct tape and say, fix it, and you're good for another 5 years. That it sounds like replace it or end it. Is that correct?
I think that's the situation that we're in. We have to be extremely careful, of course, with something like this, transporting the public. So there's going to come a time when we have to say, no, the risk has gotten too great, and unless you can make major changes, we have to stop this, and it would just be out of service at that point.
So am I correct to say that your request 3 and 4 go hand in hand, that if you don't get number 3, number 4 becomes fairly useless because you don't need to maintain the buildings if you don't have a tram.
I just want to assure you, we'd take the money if you would give it to us. We could do the renovations, but as you say, if we can't go on with the tramway, a major point of it is taken away.
I would like to add that at least the base building is part of our summer and fall visitor experience, even if they don't ride the tram. So there's bathrooms, there's a shop, a gift shop, there's concessions. So I would want to consider the maintenance of that piece of this, regardless of what happens with the tram.
Okay. And now about the usage of the tram, you mentioned that it has fairly impressive ticket sales of well over $1 million. Who uses the tram? Is it simply is it tourists that come into the state? Is it New Hampshire residents? Is it skiers, hikers? Could you go into that a little bit?
I'll touch on that, and then if I miss something, I would invite our Parks Director, Phil Bryce, who is here and has put a lot of mental capacity to these questions over the last few months. In the winter, of course, it's our skiers who value the tram, but that is Cannon Mountain could operate without the tram in the winter. That's the reality. The tram really serves as a tourism site for summer and fall. There are bus groups that go on the tram. The tram is not like a gondola or a lift, right? You can put a group of people on. We have somebody in the tram who describes what you're looking at. It's a visitor experience, and one that the area businesses, hotels, restaurants direct people to. In this process, we've talked to chambers of commerce, for example, that say that this is a feature that they point their visitors to, especially since the old man on the mountain collapsed, sadly. This has become a destination that people continue to want to see. We have the Old Man viewing area there. And so when we talk to chambers of commerce who are directing tourists from all over the world to Franconia Notch State Park, this is one of the things that they do. And so we have evidence from the chambers that this would be a very missed experience that they have to offer their guests and visitors. Phil, do you have any other points that you would want to include in this question?
Yeah, why don't you move up to the table, please? Okay.
Franconia Notch State Park is ranked number 2, number 10 in the top 10 parks in the U.S. We see visitors from all over the world. You go up there, go through the Bloom, for example. I've been up there, and there was all kinds of language being spoken by the people that were visiting. So, of course, we get a lot of people from Massachusetts that come up into Franconia Notch, but people who visit that site, particularly with bus tours when those are operating beyond the pandemic, they come from all over the world.
Thank you. Any other questions, Representative?
Thank you. Looking at your funding detail on the tramway, and we heard this all 2 years ago in the capital budget, but you're indicating that it's 100% federally funded in your funding detail. Is that a true statement? And if so, where do the funds come from? And if it's not true, what is the funding detail?
Thank you. So over the last 2 years, as we've been putting together our capital requests along with various ARPA requests that went through Gopher, we have realized that there are several buckets of money and conversations that are happening about those buckets that we're not necessarily privy to. So at one point, we were listing the federal category, thinking that ARPA would be an opportunity. We have since revised, and what we passed out today is the revision of the 5 priorities that now, it should have just been passed out before we spoke. I will get you a copy because everyone else has one. But we've since been advised to change that. So instead of listing it under federal, we've been told to put it under our capital, our traditional capital.
Commissioner?
I'm curious about your revenue, 1.8 million, and that's just for the tram?
Yes, sir, and that supports a lot of our other state parks because we are operationally self-funded.
So people pay a fee to ride the tram, and it totals 1.8 million a year.
Yes.
That's pretty impressive.
Associated retail sales, food, T-shirts, associated retail sales also.
Oh, like I buy a T-shirt with a picture of the tram? I don't know if that's a thing.
Could be.
Maybe
Okay,
now.
that's very impressive.
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, the question here is it ARPA eligible?
Sorry, what was it?
Is it ARPA eligible? I don't know if we're in a position to make that determination. We present things to Gopher, and we have been over the last year, and then they discern if it's ARPA eligible or not.
Okay.
I would suggest you talk to the governor's budget director and the governor about that, because I know that outdoor recreation is part of ARPA, and that that would be a better use for ARPA funds than some of the other things that I've seen. And that's Graham speaking, not necessarily the legislature, but it will be a hard sell to get, $20 million plus in a capital budget of 125 plus or minus for a tramway.
We can certainly have a discussion, and I'll have discussions with Gopher very soon
Thank you.
about that. Thank you.
James, I just had one question.
Yeah.
Is for the tram, would that be completed in that one bucket of money and during that time frame, or is this a partial phase for the renovation?
It's not the kind of thing we can do in phases, so it would be trying to do the whole thing as quickly as possible. And we think we can do it 2 winters and 1 summer season.
Any other questions?
Just one more, because we have time. The state nursery, is that self-funded? That's not, is it?
We have our state forester with us today, Mr. Arlinghouse. Patrick Hackley is here, and he can speak to that.
Hi, I'm Patrick Hackley. I'm the director for the Division of Forest Lands, and yes, it is self-funded. It's been tough over the years, but the last few years we've had an excellent return on what investment we have there, which we haven't made any major investments in quite some time. The nursery came into existence in 1910. And I can show you some of the equipment that dates almost close to that in the barn itself. But yeah, it's self-supporting and been doing very well.
I'd love to see that equipment for a museum, if nothing else.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are now remarkably on schedule. I'd like to invite the New Hampshire Liquor Commission up next for their presentation. Is this on? Just waiting 1 more minute so we can be completely official here. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Mollick. I'm the chairman of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. And with us is our CFO, Tina Demirs. And we're here to present to you very brief capital budget requests. Tina will walk you through them.
Good morning.
Morning.
You'll see on page 1, we have a summary of our requests. We have 6 requests that are 100% liquor funded for a total of $12 million. If you go to page 2, the first request is for our Hampton North and South new stores. This is additional funding to construct 2 new 20,000 square foot retail outlets on I-95 in Hampton. We put an original request for $14 million in the FY 18-19 budget, and based on the current rates provided by DPW, we've requested to increase the funding by almost $7.5 million. Currently, we're working on existing title and use restrictions in advance of putting out an RFP to sell the properties. And on June 17th, we were advised that using the use restrictions could potentially be completed within the next 90 days. So hopefully we will be able to submit that RFP. On the next page is our headquarters life safety improvements. Our Concord headquarters facility is 58 years old and it needs a few life safety improvements. There's a roof replacement for a section of the roof that was done in 2017, but it wasn't done appropriately and we need to replace that section. Replacement of warehouse bay fire doors that were identified during a fire marshal inspection. Building security and door access controls that are past their useful life and are no longer supported. So that's our key access systems to get into the building. And then additional funds for our parking lot project, which was originally funded to expand and repave the parking lot, but it's turned into a bigger issue with sewer lines, catch basins, and an infrastructure repair underneath the parking lot, and then having to repave the parking lot. And that's $1.5 million. Item number 3 is our Keene outlet roof replacement. The Keene store was built in 2005 and the roof is now leaking and needs to be replaced. The original roof was not properly installed by the original installer, and that's a $222,000 request. On the next page, number 4, it's emergency funds. The Liquor Commission maintains 10 state-owned properties that range in the age from 1964 to 2018. So this request is to fund unexpected emergencies for the state-owned properties. Over the last several years, we've had a few issues such as sewer repairs, HVAC systems, and roof leaks. And as an enterprise fund, this would allow the commission to fund our own emergencies. Item number 5, our computer software POS D365. We're in the process of replacing all point of sale hardware and software and back office computer systems. And this request is supplemental funds for enhancements or changes to the system and possibly additional equipment that might be needed after we go live. This could give us the opportunity to implement enhancements that could improve efficiencies and increase revenues. And then our last request is to renovate a section of our warehouse. We're looking to renovate 2,200 square feet of the current warehouse space to put in multiple office spaces to allow for workspaces to be safely distanced and another conference room. And that completes all of our requests. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative.
Item 3 on the roof replacement. What kind of guarantee did we get when we built that building? It's less than 20 years and it wasn't installed properly. Do we have the option to go back to whomever built it to do the repairs gratis?
Unfortunately, the Keene request, we're on number 4. No, that replacement was done, that building was built a long time ago and there's no
I'm talking Keene, number 3. You
Yeah.
said 2005.
Yeah, there's
That's
no,
less than 20 years.
there's no recourse from what we can find. Andy Davis has done some research. Our real estate person has done some research on it. I'm not even sure that the builder is still in business who built it at that time.
Just a quick question. You have, with the new Hampton North and South stores, when are they going to come online? When are they going to open?
Well, Hampton North and South will be under an RFP that we're waiting to put out. There's been some discussion about some usable land northbound and southbound. So we've worked with DES. We've worked with the town of Hampton. We did just have a meeting last week, as Tina had spoken to. As soon as the RFP goes out, those properties will be sold. We had legislation put in, I believe, 3 years ago that allows us to sell those properties and use the funds to pay off liquor commission bonds. So the revenues from that were thought to be as high as 28 million, but depending on the usable property, obviously that will affect the cost, affect the sale price. So we're waiting to see how much usable land we actually have to sell. We put out an RFQ. We had 8 vendors that are interested, and obviously they have different forms of. Some of them wanted to put in hotels. There was some that wanted to put in casinos. Obviously, we want to have a liquor store there and something that resembles what we've done in Hooksett. So as far as the sale price is concerned and the timing is concerned, it all hinges on that, putting out that actual RFP.
Okay, we're talking some time between when.
I would think that once the RFP is out, we're probably going to see something start at least toward the end of '24. I can't imagine it would be much further than that.
Okay, because
We've been working on the project for 6 years.
Okay, one of my concerns, that this is a current concern, obviously, is the manpower and the resources to actually man these stores. And I know, or I could imagine that you must be experiencing the same thing that many retailers and including the state and private industries are in trying to attract, especially part-time workers, to fill roles.
Absolutely.
But if this is far enough out, where I would assume that the current shortage of labor will hopefully have been eradicated by that point.
We hope that changes by the time these new stores come online. Currently, we're 150 part-timers down from a field of about 618, and we're currently 35 full-timers down from a field of 216. So we have significant vacancy, like as you stated, like any other state agency or any other private business at this point.
Right. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is on the same thing, the Hampton stores. In the handout, it says that the original request was 14 million in the 18-19 budget.
Mhm.
Was that 14 million granted in that capital budget? And is this 7 in addition to the 14?
It is.
Okay.
That's
Thank
correct. And we go off of the numbers that were given from Public Works to base our square footage costs.
See no other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Next, and this is to begin at 11:25, we have the Department of Safety coming up at 11:25. So we have roughly a 6-minute break.
Hey, it is 11:25 to call the hearing back to order. And Department of Safety, and good morning.
Good morning, sir, members of the committee. My name is Robert Quinn. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Safety. I'm joined today with Mr. Steve Lavoy, Director of Administration. What you're going to hear is we are going to present on 4 capital projects totaling $6,350,000. The mission of the Department of Safety is to continually enhance the safety, security, quality of life of all with professional, collaborative, and innovative services. What you will hear in our request is a common theme to advance technology, the exchange of vital information, while enhancing customer service and increasing efficiency across the department. And now I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Lavoy, who will go into a little more detail on our projects.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. Page 2 is our first request. This is for the DMV, the driver licensing system known as Vision. This system is critical to transaction processing at the DMV. It also serves as a financial management system, and it ensures compliance with all state and federal Real ID licensing laws, rules, and regulations. This system processes transactions including driver license records, Bureau of Hearings activities, payment and processing of violations and impacts on driver records, and also plate and decal inventory. Over the course of a fiscal year, approximately $100 million is processed through the Vision system. The server environment that hosts Vision is approaching end of life and must be replaced. And the department has worked with DOIT and looked at alternatives and determined that the most efficient and cost-effective option is to move the environment into the cloud. And so that's what this $2.5 million request would do. It would migrate the existing physical infrastructure to the cloud. It would also update the existing framework from Microsoft Dynamics CRM to Microsoft Dynamics 365. So what this does is it leverages proven technology, which makes our future upgrades easier and less costly, and it eliminates the need for increased support and overhead to maintain this critical business capability. The second project that we have is on page 3 and page 4. And this is to update the state message platform. This falls under the Division of State Police. The state message platform passes criminal justice information between all areas of the criminal justice system, both at the federal level and at the state and local level. It's really utilized and impacted by all folks, federal, state, local, and county law enforcement. If you look on page 4, it's a good graphical representation of how the switch works and the impact. The platform itself is in the center. And you can see there's inbound and outbound queries from the FBI through the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, as well as the National Sex Offender Registry. And you can also see that there's statewide data that's being passed through the switch as well. And that's through the Division of State Police, motor vehicles, the Department of Corrections, the court system, and local and county law enforcement. The switch itself is a combination, primarily hardware, but there's a strong software component, and both of those need to be replaced to ensure that this data is flowing appropriately. Page 5 is our third request. This is to update the document scanning equipment that the DMV currently utilizes to record physical copies of documents that are received from across the state. If you see on page 6, we're currently utilizing microfilm technology to archive these documents. These include registrations, titles, purchase and sale agreements, all the documents to support transactions that are being processed at the locals, at municipalities, and then also at DMV substations. The equipment is, it's old technology. The equipment itself is breaking down regularly. It's challenging to find individuals who can even service the equipment. We're also having trouble finding options for film processing. So this $1 million request would allow the department to convert to digital scanning. There might be some document indexing abilities to include in that request. The scanning equipment would certainly be at the Department of Safety, but there may be an opportunity to expand this to the local level as well, since a lot of the documents are generated and obtained there. And then on page 7 is our fourth request. This is to improve the technology of the state police helicopter. This is a $1.5 million request to update a lot of the technology, including the FLIR camera and mapping software, which was originally installed in 2016 and is approaching its end of life. The helicopter is utilized for search and rescue operations, special event responses, SWAT calls, and also major disaster scene and storm damage assessments. This improvement would fund an update to the FLIR camera and then the augmented reality mission computer. You can see pictures of both of those on page 8. The mission computer is in the cockpit, shows a picture of the cockpit on the bottom, and then the mission computer is in the cabin. The mission computer is utilized by the flight terminal operator to help guide the pilot and when providing the emergency response activities as needed. We'd also use this funding to integrate that system with the state's current video management system to enable real-time monitoring of criminal situations as they're developing. And then there'd also be some miscellaneous flight equipment upgrades, including white phosphorus night vision goggles and the related helmets needed for those. And so page 9 shows a summary of our 4 projects. As the commissioner mentioned, they're all technology focused. They're based on ensuring that we continue to deliver public safety services across the state in an efficient and effective manner. And they're really critical to maintaining the existing levels of service that we currently have.
Okay, I'd like to open up for questions. And my first question is, as far as the helicopter goes, we're talking about technological improvements to it, but what's the status of the actual helicopter? It's a Bell 407 is the helicopter. As far as when was that purchased and what's the useful life remaining on that piece of equipment?
So I can't give you the exact years, but I asked that question recently, and it's based on hours on the engine, and it's based on any rust issues or infrastructure issues that they're seeing when they do the inspection. Right now, the helicopter, meets the standards. We've had these discussions internally. What's next? What's the plan? We're not there now, looking at all options on replacement. These investments could be utilized in the event that, say, we lease the next helicopter. So these investments could be transferred if we went in another direction. But right now, I think we're good for several years. I will say that the gentleman that we have in the state police business and projects unit is a helicopter pilot, was a helicopter pilot, extensive career, and he's paying close attention to this. And we're really looking at this from all different angles.
Commissioner, sorry.
Oh, Commissioner.
Thank you. You heard me mention earlier that in some cases, systems get, the software company stops supporting the on-premise version. So as it relates to the first request, that's also a factor. So this version that DMV is now running will no longer exist or be supported. So that's another, to me, a very significant driver for that project. It's not a nice to have, it's an absolute must have project for DMV. And I would also say the DMV has distinguished themselves nationally because most of these types of projects are kind of disastrous in terms of business operations and the citizen service impacts involved. And DMV's done a great job of actually keeping that system running solidly and providing, with limited resources, really good customer service. So.
One of the questions that I'm sure will be asked, and you don't need to answer it today, is how did you determine that it was 19% highway or 24% turnpike on a different one? Those issues become very important as we look at the road toll declining over the years. You don't need to answer it today, but if these projects make the cut with the governor, I'm sure that the legislature will ask them, because every dollar that goes into something like that is less that goes onto our roads and bridges. and to pay for operations at DOT.
Understood. Thank you.
Along those same lines, does the turnpike or highway funding impact what some of these are labeled as cost of collections?
No, the cost of collections is separate from those funding mixes.
However, cost of collections comes directly off the top of the road toll.
Correct. It's all, to your point, Representative, it's all related. And our approach has always been, we're less concerned about the source of funding and more concerned about the funding itself. So those percentages we're happy to revisit those if we need to.
Okay. That's any other further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The hearing will stand in recess now for lunch break, and we will resume again at 1 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is now 1 p.m. and I'd like to reconvene the Governor Capital Budget hearing, and I would like to invite the Department of Corrections up for their presentation. Afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, sir, and honorable members of the committee. I hope you had a very satisfying lunch because that'll predict how this conversation goes. Looks pretty good out there. Helen Hanks for the record, Commissioner of the Department of Corrections. To my right is Jonathan Hansen, our agency's Director of Administration. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about the Corrections Department's asks on the capital budget side. So before you have a modified presentation, trying to streamline our requests differently than what we remitted, what feels like a long time ago, but I guess it wasn't. And you'll see 7 priorities. And as the governor kicked off this morning, it has been really clear, and I'm rounding out my 19th year with the department in October 3rd, if you want to send me a gift. But what's been really clear as the commissioner of the department and going through our public works projects and the infrastructure at the New Hampshire State Prison for Men is that facility is not going to last. I have worked with John and seen things I didn't think were plausible or possible as far as electrical, as far as cement erosion, as far as where water will always go, and that we as a state really needs to understand how to move forward and how to work on developing a facility that both is staffing efficient, but as well as structurally sound. And we're trying to, in this ask, in this budget, ask for the things that we need before we get to a new facility. And I hope that you'll find that with us today. So you'll see a preliminary study of a new facility for men in Concord, and we want to include in there also financial opportunities that we should be considering as a state. And we've come up with 2.5 million, and I can have John talk to that as we move forward. The second is our kitchen renovation project for members of the committee who have been here before and new members working with Health and Human Services. Our kitchen at the New Hampshire State Prison for Men, and pictures are worth 1,000 words, so we'll go through those as well. Needs a renovation and was funded for it, but as most projects have moved forward, we need more money to get the job done. What's new this year, number 3, is our radio system upgrade. We are still on an analog-based system, and the FCC some time ago, as early as I think 2014 or 15, told agencies to switch to a digital system, and this system is our main communication path for security. It needs a major upgrade. We have to continue to replace steam traps and lines, and we need additional funding for the project that was previously authorized in number 4. The same is true in number 5. And then in 6 as well as 7, our security and fence detection being our primary and most outward facing security control. And then the construction training center for building trades is targeted for women who are incarcerated, and we need additional money to finish that project and be collaborative with our New Hampshire legal assistance partners in moving equity forward for women who are incarcerated. So if we go to page 2, we start to show you some pictures of our New Hampshire State Prison for Men. That facility, if you haven't had the luxury of walking through it, I'd be happy to take you through that anytime and let you back out. Is a campus-style infrastructure. It is not efficient from a staffing model. It causes challenges in having to have numerous movements to control classifications and the staffing complement to go with that. So even in the second picture on that slide, you can see how inefficient having a wide open space is to travel to housing units and so on and so forth. What's not gleaned here is just the age of the buildings. And John, if you could speak to the differing ages, I think that will help people listening to the presentation.
Sure. So the men's prison in Concord was built in 1878. That's the new prison. It was moved up from Tremont Street. That one was the older prison. 1878, that building was built before there was electricity. So you can imagine some of the challenges we had to rewire that. Actually, the 1878 portions of that facility are in pretty good shape. The additions that were put on in 1980 to 1983 were the major additions. Those were behind the existing men's facility, and if you've been up there, you know that's in between the women's and the men's, that side hill that they cut into. Those areas are having some serious challenges structurally, and as Ted knows, and some of his staff have gone out there with me to see some things that are unique in that we've had we have a large ramp that is actually a roof, a very unique design, and that goes over the kitchen area, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But those challenges that we have within that newer section are pretty extensive, and structurally we're having some serious issues. We're also looking at some things like, and we'll talk about this later too, with the kitchen renovation coming into the yard area, which you see in some of those photographs on the first slide. That yard area actually has some coal pockets and things that back in the day when the big, huge boilers were there, they trucked in coal and dumped by train into the ground, and then it was conveyed into these giant boilers. When they tore down those industry buildings in between in 1980, they still left some caverns and voids. And those are areas that we want to expand out in the kitchen area, so we're going to be talking about some potential pilings, or at least some unique base structuring for that, for the footings for that building. So those are some of the challenges we're having on that area. And as the commissioner indicated, to do this, as the governor mentioned this morning as well, to determine that feasibility and the preliminary engineering costs and the cost estimates to build something new are really what we're looking for with this first item now versus the full Monty and asking for the entire amount of money. As we go along too, as part of that engineering study, and as we've talked, a few of us, about that funding, there are some unique funding opportunities that I'm hoping that the legislature and you folks will look at. Obviously, at least revenue bonds are being used around the country for this type of facility versus a general obligation bond. That is a different way to fund the facility. There is a multitude of different ways, and that is part of the study. We really need to flesh out if that's a possibility to do this, because as the governor mentioned this morning, $350 million right now would be the minimum to build the size of the facility we need. The federal prison in Berlin was all in, I think it was $430 million in 2012. Of course, it's bigger, but that is a modern facility, and that's what the type of facility we believe we need to build. There's also some issues that we need to flesh out on this preliminary design as far as location and utilities. We need maximum utilities at this facility. We use over 1 million gallons of water a day, thankfully it's from the city of Concord. We have some of the largest power feeds in the city of Concord. I believe we're either par or second to Concord Hospital. And the size of the facility, as you say in your capital budget planning, we really need to look at an anticipated 50-year life of that facility minimum. So we need to really determine down the road what that would be. And as Helen indicated, there's a multitude of different designs. You know, the typical prison designs going back many, many years, you know, your radial designs, courtyard designs, the telephone pole design, and the campus design. And everything we design here needs to be to reduce recidivism. And as they say in some of the best prisons in the world right now, in Halden, Norway, you know, being in prison is the punishment. The design doesn't have to be.
So as you can see on page 3 and then continued on page 4, we tried to take some pictures of both what I call the apartment complex style, general population housing units. I think it's important as you look at 3, these were designed for approximately 120 people. 120 people, and then in 2009, when we shut down the Lakes Region facility due to funding and economics, now we house 240 people. So it's no surprise we had to replace those bathrooms, and it's no surprise that these infrastructures are running out of their architectural lifespan, if you will. On page 4, you'll see again that concrete erosion on the picture on page 4 to the right of your slide. That actually, that concrete holds in a fenced barrier that questionably, I'm not even sure how we would re-secure it if it falls down. It's some very strange things across that campus. As you go to slide 5, we try to show you some of the mechanicals and electrical situations within the institution. And I will say, through my time as commissioner, the admin services, you've been an amazing partner when we've had ground lines spliced underground that I didn't even know were there, transformers explode that we had a hard time finding a new one. So again, we're trying to get a hold of this situation in a more timely manner. And then moving to page 6, we talk about the kitchen renovation. Continue to show you the state of the kitchen. We do have these structures in the ceiling to direct and control water coming in through the ramped ceiling that was designed to go into drains in the floor. And we continue to be monitored by our partners at Health and Human Services and do our own monitoring to make sure that the food being delivered does not sicken anyone, but it does need to be finished, and we need more money to accomplish that. Page 7, we continue to show you pictures of the existing kitchen. And yes, there are tarps behind those pots, again, to control water and water access while we're cooking. On page 8, we show you the radio system upgrade, the new project in this proposal. That is a picture on the left side of the page of the repeater in the attic. It is not up to current standard and needs to be up to current standard. And on the second picture, this literally the number of radios just at the men's prison as a representation of our need. And it's not just our security staff that use it as a communication tool. It's our group 2 correctional line personnel that use that as well, because they are independent in doing their group work and other healthcare work throughout the institution. Do you want to speak more to the?
Thank you, Commissioner. So the radio system we've looked at many different ways. And as the radio folks with Department of Safety were here earlier today would tell you, that's the older radio systems, VHF 155 megahertz systems. Doesn't always penetrate through the concrete. It is the type of system that's not totally reliable. It can be monitored by anyone. It can also be interfered now by people, which has been happening over the last year or two. We'll be in the middle of something, somebody, nefarious behavior outside the facility or somewhere, we can't pinpoint, has grabbed a radio with that frequency and is holding the mic while we're saying, get people to shoe as soon as, and then we got nothing. And as soon as possible, as soon as next week, what's the emergency? We also can't identify who's calling on the radio. We have no idea. They could be in a 20-mile radius because that wattage on that radio is that strong in some cases. They could be way outside the facility. The other thing, too, is that the prison runs on communication. That is a system where we cannot bring cell phones, smartphones, those things inside the facility and text somebody, oh, I think this inmate's going to have a problem. That doesn't happen in the prison environment. So that is the first line of communication for safety within a prison facility. It's very unique. And the other problem we have beyond that is not only older systems with handheld, but the older systems in the mobile units. So we leave Berlin in a van, transport van, as we call it, with resident inmates in the back. And there is a myriad of dead spots as you go through Shelburne, as you go back down across into Franconia and down the line. We can't get emergency signals out, and that's very serious. So what's happened is a lot of our COs are actually grabbing their own cell phones and making calls. It's just not the professional way to do that, and this would include something like that.
So as we go to page 9, we continue to show the steam lines and traps that need to be replaced, and this is additional money to see that project through from the last cycle. It's just more rusty than it was the last time you saw this photo. On page 10, we continue to show you the sewer line grinder that is that on the street, North State Street?
Yeah, I can explain a little bit.
Yeah.
So
this is my least favorite conversation.
yeah, this is the sewer grinder, AKA known as the Muffin Monster. That is the brand manufacturer for that product. This was something we're working hand in hand with the city on. We need to get our line away from their main line so we don't keep sending trash all the way down to Hall Street where the wastewater treatment plant is. And that is a direct line down along the side of the Merrimack River. And they call us on a regular basis and say, we've got things that look like they came from your place. I get to go look at them sometimes and they have the inmate's name on them. So yes, that came from us. they do flush things down. So what we're doing is bringing that offline. The reason for the more money and the reason we're here for the more money is that it will, according to our latest estimates, come directly through our parking lot at the men's prison, and there will be a building built that's larger than we expected to put the auger and the muffin monster in to pull that trash out so that we can get it in the proper place instead of sending it down Hall Street.
I have been asked, could we stop individuals from putting things into the plumbing, and unfortunately not with the number of beds. We don't have the ability to monitor that much pipage. So moving on to page 11, it continues to upgrade our security and perimeter detection system. Again, this is to see that project to completion for all the same reasons we asked for last year. It is I will use the term hodgepodge of different materials, fencing, metal fencing, brick, you name it. It is part of our secure perimeter, and it is important to make sure that secure perimeter functions the way a prison secure perimeter functions, with wave detection and all the other items necessary. Especially with our staffing, we need those alarms to actually be triggered because there is a threat there, and not to be triggered because there's an error because of the age of the system. We want to use our staff efficiently, and we don't want anyone becoming complacent because the system doesn't work effectively and they say, oh, that's just an error. So we just need to continue to finish that project and see it to its conclusion. And then on page 12, this is, again, to create parity in our vocational programs between women who are incarcerated and men who are incarcerated. And this is the additional money to see that what is planned to be a building trades program for women to help build their job skills and reduce recidivism and help people move on to employment, which will ultimately help our employers in New Hampshire with viable employees. Oops. Anything you would like to add, John?
The only, sorry, thank you. The only thing with the women's design, we came in, we thought we had plenty of money to do that project, and we did possibly have that much money in 2018 dollars. But when those estimates came in, they came way up high. And you'll also see in the picture, if you were here last time, you saw we wanted it inside the secure perimeter. That location was not conducive to where the utilities were. So we saved some money by moving it outside the perimeter into a control fence area, so that we could connect the utilities. And as it turned out, that would cost us more money in the long run to connect everything from that point back to the sewer line, the electrical lines, and the building expanded because we added some more trades to be in the training of the trades in that facility.
So with that, we certainly appreciate any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. My first question relates to the men's prison. And I mean, up here we have two branches of government represented, the executive and the legislature. What role would the judicial play in this if a new prison is not built? At what point do they step in and say, it is unsatisfactory, we need this X, Y, and Z to happen? Have there been any sort of discussions with the judiciary on that, or is that something you would anticipate might be coming in the future?
Thank you for that question. I think the track record of the agency has already demonstrated those things to come to fruition. That includes the holiday court order in which we were ordered to construct a residential treatment unit. And rather than taking a hold of it and doing it ourselves, we could have created a residential treatment unit without spending approximately $5 million on a 40-bed unit. In addition to that, there was a stay on the litigation with regard to the women's prison because the state funded the $52 million women's prison facility. We're always better served to be ahead of it before we're ordered to do it the way an advocacy group wants us to do it. It doesn't mean we won't design it effectively as corrections professionals and engineers, but we want to have our voice and our experience in it rather than being ordered into it. And there are other pieces of litigation, the Lawman consent decree. Lapine is all about programmatic and rehabilitative programs that, you know, if we don't have the proper infrastructure to deliver, then we're going to be ordered to provide that infrastructure. So this is our agency saying to the state, we're telling you that infrastructure is running out of its lifespan. The kitchen in and of itself, HHS told us we need to replace it or we'll have to shut that thing down. And then the secure psychiatric unit, for example, we need our roofs that are funded, or we have partners who are already poised to move forward with litigation if those roofs are not resolved. So we have a history here, and we're trying to not be litigated to get it done.
Okay. You mentioned that building a new facility and the design of which could improve the efficiencies of, with your dispersing of security personnel. Well, I realize you don't have the exact design yet. What sort of savings as far as manpower are we talking about, given the current design and what you would consider to be an efficient design that would be forthcoming?
I appreciate the question, but I think it's premature in that we're already currently understaffed in the current fiscal layout. And we would have to see it designed and likely the existing staff using it most effectively while continuing to recruit to fill the vacancies we have today.
Right. But I think the question more goes to, under this facility, ideally you would have X number of people, and the new facility, you could staff it with, something X minus a certain factor.
Certainly, but we don't have it designed yet. And in addition to, although we've seen a population decline while we go through this study, we have to understand what that pattern of incarceration and recidivism is to forecast the proper number of beds. So there's a lot of different variables, having gone through it with the women's prison, that I can certainly dive into deeply, but you probably don't want me to do that today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative?
Thank you, Commissioner. In looking at the study, why are we only looking at Concord? It is my understanding that when we built the prison in Berlin, it was built to be expandable. Why are we not at least exploring that as part of this option rather than saying it's got to be in Concord?
Representative Graham, I think that's a great question. We certainly would include that in a feasibility study. We've always balanced the actual availability of personnel. So for example, if we moved all of our men's prison operations to Berlin, would there be enough employees actually to fulfill the obligation? And we even went through that balanced conversation when we were going to build the women's prison. So I think it's a great question, and we'll include what kind of expansion effort we can engage in up there. But I do think we balance that we are a broad geographic state, even though we're small, and we need that employee cadre as well.
I have a couple of I have a couple of questions. One, how many guests do you currently have in your various facilities?
Well, we have 1,884 people in our prison facilities and transitional housing facilities today. We have just under 6,000 under supervision on probation and parole.
So how big is the men's prison? If I said that to you, hey, how big is the men's prison in Concord? What would you say?
So the current capacity is 1,380, which we've exceeded by putting bunk beds in places designed to be day rooms. And then rooms that were designed to be 6-person rooms, we converted those to 8-person rooms as far back as 2009.
But it's about 1,380. How big is the women's prison?
That has 227 beds.
And
224.
Okay.
Sorry, he corrected me in my ear.
Close.
Yeah.
How big is Berlin?
It's designed for 500. We've had it as high as 630. Again, back when the population was high in 2010, 2011, put bunk beds in one of the gymnasiums.
Oh, great.
Maybe 2 of the
But it's
gymnasiums.
designed for 500.
Yes.
Like you wouldn't want more than 500.
No, and I believe our count there is 535, so we still have more than it's designed for.
Do you have a sense that your population is, I know a lot of this is determined by legislation, but your population is likely to keep rising or slowing or?
So we've seen approximately a 28% decline in the incarcerated population over the last 15 years. So even though we had a spike in 2010, 2011, pre-COVID, this state, through the implementation of drug court and other diversion and intervention approaches, has reduced the incarceration rate. And when I say that, I mean new crime admission rate as well as violation rates. So we are actually in a good place at this point. It would be hard to predict what comes each year after year, but it's a 28% decline over the last 15 years.
And you think that's, I don't know what the right word is, apples to apples, sort of. I mean, I know you can't really compare things, but like adjusted for, I don't know, population differences, or you think a lot of that's attributable to the way we do corrections?
I think it's attributable to the things we've done both at the local level to provide access to treatment services, specifically substance use disorder treatment, changes that the judiciary is engaged in to create specialty courts. And I also think that judges are, they take the action very seriously, balancing punishment and diversion when it's appropriate.
If you were full today in the 3 facilities, how bad would your staffing be? Like how low would we be?
So last July, that's a great question. I was able to shut down the second floor of Hancock Building. That's 196 beds. That means there were 14 posts we didn't have to fill. And then this year, we were able to shut down one of the 56-bed C3 women's units. So that's 5 positions we didn't need to fill. If we have to open those because we were already understaffed, meaning the proper number of positions were not filled to function at the capacity we are today, again, I would be asking for other resources within the state to continue to run our operations.
And then to follow up on that, in terms of resources you have today, and I know there are a lot of triage techniques, right, and related to overtime and whatnot, but comfortably speaking, how many more correction officers would you need to be at an appropriate staffing level for today?
For today, with the population we have today,
Yeah.
And this doesn't, well, so we have 182 security vacancies. I would need them all filled. And then looking at the 2012 LBA audit of our security posts, I would be coming back asking for more positions to create relief factor, which we don't have in our staffing regimen.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
One other follow-up question. The men's prison and the renovation for the kitchen, that's not an either or. You need both because of the priority of the, so it's not someone can think, well, we're going to build a new prison anyway, so why do we need a new kitchen? You need the kitchen.
And I needed the kitchen like 6 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Next on the agenda, which we will begin in 3 minutes, is the Police Standards and Training Council. So I'd like to invite them up for their testimony. If you weren't here this morning, the schedule is such that the notice provisions where we have to start at the exact time of your time. So we have another 2 minutes to kill. Okay, I'd like to welcome the Police Standards and Training Council. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. For the record, my name is John Skippa. I'm the Director of New Hampshire Police Standards and Training. And sitting to my right is Max Schultz. He is the Assistant Director. We're here today to talk about 2 capital improvement projects for your consideration. While I've handed my full text out to the members of this committee, I'd like to just kind of jump right to the projects as they are. Presently, we are experiencing a space shortage to a degree that it impacts our ability to deliver both recruit training and in-service training for all New Hampshire law enforcement officers in the state of New Hampshire. Specifically, we are asking for your consideration for two projects. The first project is allowing us, or will allow us, to move a training simulator from 2 classrooms to an outbuilding that already exists so that we can reclaim those 2 classrooms. Back in 2000, let me find the date here. I think it was 2013, I'm sorry. We were fortunate enough to obtain a device called a Vertra, which is a 360 training device that is very, very low cost, very safe, and it helps officers train and practice in de-escalation techniques and firearms techniques. That device hovered right around $350,000 for us to purchase. We were able to exercise a grant to purchase that. I think the purchase came with the realization that the device had to be put somewhere in the building. And so the decision was made to use 2 classrooms that are next to each other and reconfigure that classroom to hold this device in so that it can be used. The device is used about 25% of the time annually. Our hope is that we would be able to take that device, move it out of the main building into an existing garage, really, and then reclaim that classroom space, which is desperately needed. The second project would be to take an existing, what we call a break room. Back in the old days, when I went through the police academy, this was our tactical training center. The room is probably about half the size of this room. And because of additions that came after the initial construction, this space really now is kind of used as a bit of a break room and kind of a staging area for scenario training, but otherwise it's a significant amount of space that's wasted. We feel that these 2 projects will allow us to, in the first instance, reclaim 2 classrooms that we desperately need, and then create a 3rd classroom and some office space, again, desperately needed. We think that this is kind of a fiscally responsible way to do this, in that we're going to remain in the existing footprint of our building. This will not cause an addition in any way. It's important to recognize that when the building was first built, we did not have the demand of services that we're seeing now. Those demands have come over time. And you'll see in my remarks that the initial building was built in 1983, and then an addition in 1986, and then in 1992, the last addition. I think at the time, there was not any anticipation that the need for space, classroom space, was going to grow the way it did. On top of that, our agency has assumed a number of new duties over the last 2 years for a variety of reasons, to include LEAC and some legislative initiatives to provide crisis intervention training to police officers across the state, and to create a more robust misconduct review board. For all of those reasons, we feel that it's imperative that we try to reclaim this space so that it's usable. With that, I would stand ready for any questions or concerns any member might have.
Good afternoon again. My question is the garage where the simulator is going, what's that being used for now?
So that is one of two garages that we have out back, and the maintenance department has kind of turned that into a catch-all storage facility. We feel very confident that we could either rent or buy a condex unit to use just for the purposes of storage. We do not use that for vehicles. It's really just, it's turned into over time kind of the kitchen drawer, if you would, for police standards and training. So we feel very confident that those items that we have to retain would fit in a condex without a problem.
Thank you.
I have a question. So you operate, essentially you do a full-time police academy, a sort of different curriculum for part-time police officers, and then the what is it, New Hampshire Corrections Academy. These are all done on site?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And it's a dumb question, but how much of your operation is each of those? Is it mostly the full-time police officers and the other two are sort of addendums, or?
So we serve as the sole source for recruit training for every single law enforcement officer in the state of New Hampshire. We are one of the few states that enjoy the single academy. There are many states in our country that have academies across their state, and I can tell you that it causes a lot of problems, quite frankly. On top of that, we are the primary source for in-service training for all law enforcement officers, to include all the state level corrections officers for Commissioner Hanks. On top of that, we also run a probation parole kind of additive to those academies, and we also provide the part-time police academy. Over the last probably 6 months, we have seen a significant demand for academy training because our profession right now is seeing just a brutal recruitment and retention environment, and police officers are leaving in droves here in New Hampshire and across the country, quite frankly. We are, in order to keep up with the demand, because we don't have enough classroom space, we are working where we have overlapping police academies while we're running the corrections academy and the part-time academy. My staff is very unhappy with me right now, but that's the demand, and we're going to meet that demand. If we had more space, we would be able to reduce the size of classes, which would reduce the number of instructors per class, and we could move at a pace that would allow us to keep up with the attrition rate that a lot of these communities are feeling. I cannot tell you how many times I get a call from a chief saying, I got to get my guy in, I got to get my guy in. And we've maxed out on the seats. We just don't have enough seats. And so we have to kick that recruit down the road to the next available class. So to speak to our priorities, Commissioner, the first priority is recruit training. And we devote probably, I would say, around 80% of our resources to deliver that program. And then another 15 to 18% on the in-service program, although that is going to increase because of LEAC. New Hampshire police officers, instead of having 8 hours of in-service training mandated, is rising up to 24 hours annually of in-service training. For that reason, we need to expand our in-service training program as well to meet the needs of all the law enforcement officers that we have. And then finally, the part-time academy, really for a variety of reasons, we're seeing that to be the least of our resource allocation.
To follow up on that, you're in a situation right now where demand significantly exceeds capacity. and you're, I mean, I don't mean it quite that way, but you are having to occasionally turn people away and come back to the next meeting, or if you were, is the biggest obstacle to meeting that demand at the time of demand classroom space? If it is additional classroom space, and I'm presuming beyond your capital budget request even, does it need to be on site? I mean, I presume it needs to be on site, but I figured I would ask that.
So we would need it to be on site for a variety of reasons. Many of these classes require equipment as part of the training. All of our staff are located on site, and their ability to access IT equipment and things of that nature, training equipment. Again, we're trying to be self-sufficient, and we did think, short term, can we address this problem? And in fact, we are using the National Guard Armory in, is it Pennacook or Pembroke? Pembroke, to deliver CIT training, because we just don't have the space, and those CIT classes are rolling. So we can handle it in a kind of a, if this was a peak in our activity, we certainly could work around that. We have NHTI across the street. We could enter into some agreements with them to rent space, although we don't have any money in our budget to do that now. But we certainly could try to figure something out for the short term. I truly believe that this is not a short-term problem that we're looking at, and in fact, is a problem that's going to be with us and not a problem, but a challenge that's in front of us and will be for a period of time.
So that begs the question then that you're reclaiming classroom 3 and 4, and I think project 2 is a 5th classroom functionally. To what extent does that meet the demand, or is that only partway there?
I think that gets us a good way past part-time. So it'll buy us a couple of years, I think.
If it weren't an issue, if I'm going to say words you're not supposed to say in the legislature, if money weren't an issue, is it a 6th classroom or a 7th classroom? Where would you need to be? If I said to you, I think we can work something out, would it be an additional one beyond these 3?
Commissioner, if I understand the question, and money is not
it's very hypothetical.
Very hypothetical. I would propose, in addition to our tactical center, to create 2 very large 150-seat lecture halls that could actually be opened up into one big lecture hall and a number of office spaces, because I think that gets us, that covers the academy training right there. We could have very, very large academy classes to keep up with the demand. And then we would have, in essence, we would reclaim 2 lecture halls from the existing building that we could then use for in-service. But that is with...
That would cost more money.
Yes, sir.
So one last hypothetical, and then I'll shut up. Not hypothetical, but the excess demand, or the increased demand, for lack of a better word, across the board, or is it mostly among full-time officers? Like, are you seeing significant excess demand with Correctional Academy and part-time too, or is it?
So I think that's a great question, Commissioner. Right now, we are seeing a significant demand for full-time police officer training. Every single community in our state, through attrition and just difficulty in recruitment, they're just seeing a vast number of vacancies. We have to stay on top of that demand. We cannot be the choke point. Because these communities and these agencies are hiring these good people. We got to get them trained, and we got to get them back to the towns and cities that they belong to, and the state. We are ready and willing and able to take care of the Department of Corrections. Their classes have traditionally been very, very low. again, because of the difficulty in recruitment. I think this class we have right now, we have 15 uniformed officers, and that the one before that was 8, and the one before that I think was 12. I think so. It's very, very difficult to recruit correctional officers. The police department, the police departments are finding candidates very quickly. They're hiring them and they're trying to turn them around as fast as they can. So, again, trying to meet all those needs, it's a great challenge. We love it. This is our business. We just want to be able to do it so that we're not the choke point.
Thank you. Thanks for indulging me.
Thank you, sir.
Representative.
Thank you. You're talking about a today problem of classroom and all the rest. Assuming that these were approved in the next capital budget, we're talking 2 to 3 years from now before you see classrooms. What are your plans? Are you just going to keep muddling along over the next 2 to 3 years and hope that it all evens out at the end of the next biennium, or what? Because it gets to the heart of the matter of what do we fund, what do we build, and how soon do we get it done? It really does.
I appreciate that question, Representative. I think it's a today problem that's not going away. That's how I see this. I've been in New Hampshire law enforcement for just shy of 40 years, and I can tell you that I have never seen the vacancy rate that we are seeing right now. And to that end, I don't know that that's going to get corrected anytime soon, quite frankly. And I think the new workforce, the younger folks that we have coming into our profession, are not seeing it the same way people like me saw it. You know, you get in and you do your time, you click away. I think a lot of these younger people, they do it for 5 years, 10 years, and then they're moving down the road to something bigger and better and more exciting. Although I can't imagine what else is more exciting than this, right? So I agree with you. This is a today problem, but I think it's very important to understand that this is a today problem that is going to continue into the future. And in the meantime, Representative, and I think it's a great question, the Major and I are literally pulling what hair we have left out of our heads to try to meet the short-term demands. And again, the National Guard's been very helpful to us, providing us some learning space. Depending on some certain legislation that may go through, that may free up some money for us to pay for other learning space. We still need to sit down with NHTI and see if there's any opportunities that we can leverage over there to help us meet the immediate demand that we're looking at right now. And again, we're going to have to address even that immediate demand. We're going to have to try to address that in the next fiscal year because we didn't plan for it in this biennium.
Yes.
So just to follow up on the commissioners and representatives' question, has there been any space needs studies done to determine how many square feet you might need of classroom space to solve your problem?
There is not. That's an excellent question. Again, we are looking at this, and the reason we came to these decisions to bring these projects forward was kind of I guess like a farmer's approach of just looking at, what we have on deck for people trying to get into these classes and the fact that that rate has not dropped and in fact has increased. Also understanding that in the course of the next 3 years, we're going to need to triple our in-service offerings because of changes from LEAC. So we haven't done a study per se. We have based these projections really on what we're seeing now and what we absolutely know is coming into the future, which is that increase in service classes and hours.
Thank you. Follow up on that?
Yes, please.
The device that you're planning to move to the garage, would moving it to the garage allow you full use of the device in your training protocols?
That's a great question, and yes, the Vertra, as I said earlier, is a very, very expensive piece of equipment. And in fact, part of the request here is to actually pay the company to come and do the moving, because it is so it's both delicate, and it has to be set up exactly the way it's supposed to be set up so that it works properly. But that would indeed give us those 2 classrooms back. Which
And
would
you'd still be able to use the device located in the garage?
We absolutely could. Again, part of the project is to refurbish the garage so that it's not a garage anymore, but a training facility. And the other plus to it, while it's not a real problem, as you can imagine, the Vertra simulates some very chaotic situations, and those chaotic situations are very loud. And that Vertra is right next to our lecture hall. So if we have an in-service class going on in the Vertra, and they're responding to an active shooter at the same time that we're doing constitutional law in the lecture hall for the recruits get a little bit of both because of the yelling and screaming and the rounds that you can hear going off. We tried to soundproof it as best as possible, but still a lot of chaos. So moving it out to the garage would certainly eliminate that problem as well.
A rock concert next to a court facility, right?
You couldn't say it any better than that, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Director. The question I have is, you have such a workload, and I'm a representative from Hampton, and the question has to do with part-time training. Do you actually have any classes now, or have you had any recently?
So Chief Hobbs is a very good friend of mine, very good friend of mine. I came up in the Seacoast too. And he has been part of a working group where we're trying to land on how we move forward on the part-time program. And this was one of the directives given to me by the governor under Executive Order 2020-19, which was to look at the part-time program and reevaluate it, quite frankly. The short answer is yes, we're getting ready to start a part-time class. I reached out to Dave and let him know. I think that I'm going to propose some changes to my council and to the governor. Really, part-time officers are supposed to be used the way Hampton uses them, and that is to augment police services.
Right.
The unfortunate truth is that there's a lot of communities that have now used this program to supplant their police services, and that is it's not fair to the citizens, and it's not fair to the officers that are part-time and expected to do full-time work, oftentimes by themselves. And I think we're trying to balance those 2 things. So.
Thank you. Does this request, your budget request, support trying to take some initiatives with the part-time program?
Yes, it does. It absolutely does. It just creates more space for us to have those classes as it stands right now. And the other resource that is pretty thin are the bodies, the trainers, right? So because of that lack of depth of resource, I feel that we're probably only going to be able to hold 1 part-time academy a year as we move forward. And again, I'll try to address those resource needs as we move forward into the next fiscal budget. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And our final presentation of the afternoon is from Health and Human Services. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nathan White, DHHS CFO.
Excuse me, Lori Weaver, Deputy Commissioner, HHS. Are you ready for us?
We are ready.
All right. I think everyone has the handout. We have a team approach here this afternoon, so you'll find in front of you 3 of our top priority of our capital projects, which is the first page. A summary of the total funds requested, broken down into general funds and federal funds. And then we've included for each area a slide that we're prepared to discuss for those top 3. And our first one is the state child welfare system replacement. Dave, I'll let you.
Good afternoon, David Wieters, Information Services Director, DHHS. So on the third slide, the statewide child welfare information system replacement, we're in our third year of a 6-year project, actually moving into the last biennium. So this budget request for the capital budget is for the last biennium of 6 years. And it's for $11,270,800, half of which are general funds and the other half are federal funds. We work with the Administration for Children, Youth, and Families for that federal fund match. This system has been working towards a Salesforce replacement of a 23-year-old Power Builder application. That system was required by ACF, or Administration for Children and Families, to be replaced with a comprehensive child welfare information system. The current system named Bridges, or SACWIS, is performing the necessary functions. However, on the old software, it has limited itself for the effectiveness in a mobile community, the effectiveness for our caseworkers to be able to go out and work with their cases in the field, as opposed to having to come back to the office to do work. This new system will allow for the intake, assessment, and case management, both in the office as well as in the field, eliminating a lot of the productivity loss and allowing for the current workforce to deploy the services in a more effective way. I'll stop there in case you have any questions. Okay, moving on to the 4th slide. This is the New Hampshire Health Facilities Electronic Health Records System. So currently we have New Hampshire Hospital that is running on an electronic health record system. With the acquisition of Hampstead Hospital and the planned implementation of a forensic hospital, we are looking to combine efforts and deploy a single electronic health record system across all 3 facilities and potentially additional facilities as needed. This will allow for the effective diagnosis, treatment, and services to interact with patients in a point of care or situation, as well as eliminate duplicative efforts of the acquisition of Hampstead Hospital. They currently do not have an electronic health record system, and our goal is to expand and move that direction, so we're not doing multiple EHRs, which would cost about the same amount of money, if not more, if we had to do it 3 times. And this system is looking at $19,550,000, of which we have $13,685,000 of general funds and $5,865,000 of federal funds to implement this solution over the next biennium. And the 5th slide, we have our Elderly Adult Services System Modernization. This one we had submitted in the past for biennium budgeting for capital projects, and due to prioritization, we moved forward on several other projects this biennium, and we're looking to move this one forward in the next biennium. This system manages our adult protective services, social worker caseloads, and is again goaled at leveraging the Salesforce platform. And you'll see a common theme is we're goaled at using Salesforce to reduce our licensing costs across multiple different platforms doing very similar functionality. However, the reason why we have different capital submissions is each area has different requirements to be managed, different workflows and different customizations that are required, leveraging that same platform. This will automate our tasks to allow for increased calls as well as increased investigations without requesting additional staffing to do those additional services. The total amount is $6,795,427, of which $4,077,256 is general funds, and then the remaining $2,718,171 is federal funds. And that was associated with working through multiple Salesforce implementations as well as requests for information to get an idea of the costs for both Salesforce licensing and professional services to implement. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Nathan to go over our summary slide.
Thank you, Dave. On the last slide is the summary slide. Again, the total fund request here is approximately $37.6 million, comprising of 23.4 general funds and 14.2 million in federal funds. From a percentage split, that's roughly 62% general funds and 38% federal. And we'll take any questions you have.
Good afternoon again. Question on the electronic health records. I was wondering if you could take a minute and just explain the system you currently have, that you're currently using, and how and why that needs to be replaced with this new system.
Good morning, Joe Christie, CFO for New Hampshire Hospital.
Hi, I'm Ellen Lapointe. I'm the CEO at New Hampshire Hospital. So we currently have NetSmart Avatar as our EHR. It is a product that we struggle with. It isn't something that is very user-friendly, and it takes a lot of rework and support for us to be able to do what we need to do on a daily basis in regards to patient care. We several times in recent history have had to go back to NetSmart and Avatar and ask for changes with the product and different support that we need to be able to make it user-friendly, whether it be in different reports that we need to be able to operate the hospital, or whether it be in daily function, on a routine basis for patient care. So it's somewhat of an antiquated system, and we do struggle with its operation pretty routinely.
When was that system purchased, the one you currently are using?
So about 4 or 5 years ago.
The systems like that have a useful life, and is that the case here, where the useful life has been expired or expiring, or is it more along the lines of we have this and it was maybe a mistake to have bought it, and we're looking for something to, get us to where we need to be?
I would certainly say there's a useful life component to this. The system runs on outdated information software system technology. I believe it's Java based, which is quite outdated at this point. The system didn't have a ton of functionality out of the gate either, though. So it was an okay system when we bought it, and it's certainly aged itself out pretty quickly.
And for clarity's sake, we just heard that it was actually purchased about 8 years ago.
8 years, okay. Mr. Commissioner?
Just a comment on that and a question for the group. So, when I arrived in 2015, the system was partially implemented, and what I observed was that the folks in New Hampshire Hospital at the time had I don't know that they'd fully vetted what was required to run the business, and so even out of the gate, we were having challenges with the system, and we mitigated some of them on the operational side, but it's still the same software. So I'm not surprised to see this on there. But I'm wondering, is Glencliff part of this scope for this as well?
So it certainly is gold at being able to be leveraged for Glencliff. However, Glencliff has a slightly different use case on how they use an electronic health record system. So our goal is to really implement for Hampstead, New Hampshire Hospital, and the forensic hospital with the opportunity to expand into Glencliff and have the licensing there or ability to purchase the licensing to do that. But our first three workloads were going to be those three hospitals.
So you say that when you deploy the system, it will accommodate 2,000 users, 300 external agencies, and up to four healthcare facilities. I'm assuming that exceeds what your existing system can do right now?
That is correct. So the existing system can only support New Hampshire Hospital. In order to extend the NetSmart Avatar system to the other solutions, it would actually require a major overhaul and a capital budget to do that as well. The other, just as an added thing, the NetSmart is a product that is really gold towards small organizations, and it's not in the, I wouldn't say it was in the enterprise scale like Cerner or Epic, those other type of systems that are really designed to be able to support multiple hospitals. Whereas NetSmart does a decent job at one hospital, it would have difficulty scaling to multiple hospitals.
Thank you.
Thank you. All of these are matched with federal funds to a certain extent. Cash works just as well as a bonded cash, correct? For those matching. What I'm saying is you probably ought to consider at least asking for some of it in your operating budget or from the surplus rather than taking about 20%, if my math is correct, of a potential capital budget for software that may not last more than 8 years.
Thank you for the information. That's certainly something we can consider. In most cases, we submit on our operating budget the maintenance and operations going forward, but I certainly we can discuss that with our finance group and see how that can move forward.
Hi there, good afternoon. I believe in the last capital budget, there was significant funding put aside for upgrading your Medicaid system, your Medicaid MMIS system. So I was just wondering if that project is near completion and how are your resources to take on 2 additional IT projects?
That's a very good question. So we have multiple different teams set up, both with DOIT as well as DHHS to achieve different projects like this. So the Medicaid Management Information System that had several different projects in the last biennium approved is, I would say, on its way, but it was a 5-year project. So we're in year 2 of that year 5. And those project teams would not be impacted by the projects that you see here today, because we have a different team for our children, youth, and families, and a totally separate team for New Hampshire Hospital, and then a third one for the long-term supports and services.
I do have something I wanted to say about Representative Graham's point, which anybody who does buildings shares the concern about the extent to which they're gradually eaten up by IT projects. But I think it's a statewide thing rather than a departmental thing where we're gonna have to figure out as a state how we do these things, because IT is more and more and more expensive all the time, and that's also true of buildings. And at some point we're gonna have to balance those things, and how exactly you balance it. At the end of the day, if you're an agency trying to run your operation, you look at it and you say, well, I need a roof. Actually, to some extent, you might not say that because you think the roof is taken for granted and somebody else will take care of it. And you're thinking, nobody will give me $20 million in my operating budget to save my life. So I'm going to ask for it in the capital budget. And because isn't that where we do big IT projects? I guess it is. And then the counterpoint is, should we be bonding a 6 or 8 year project? over 20 years. Well, no, but what's the alternative? So I think at some point the capital budget people and the operating budget people and the legislative and the executive probably ought to get together and make Dennis offer us a solution.
Please.
You know, if this, let's take the electronic health record as an example, but, you know, if we were to fund that now, we would have actually run the system for 10 years, which I would consider a reasonable amount of time, and perhaps more than that. A lot of our systems have successfully run for considerably more than 10 years, and when they get to 30 years, then you're saying, that's too long. So somewhere in between there, I've been recommending that we do initial contracts for a decade on these big systems, so that we're not, you know, because we're committing to, we're committing to a vendor. We tend to get lower pricing that way versus 3 years, and then keep going back to the well with the executive council after that. So I would say that, you know, if you get a decade out of it, that's pretty good. Now, the funding methodology, you know, I wish the Treasury were here to talk to us about bonding, because I'm not sure everything's bonded at 20 years. I think there were some shorter durations. Yeah. So, and so that there may actually be, there may be a little more. It may be a little smarter than we're thinking right now, but
They do go out annually for 20-year bonds for every project. At one point, they were trying, I don't know if they still do, to say, the legislature was saying, well, it's only for 5 years. But they still went out on the same bond issue for 20 years. And then it was an internal check mark of, well, this one may be paid off in 5 years. But we're still going out with one big bonding issue for the money once a year.
I think it's hard to do debt management any other way, right? You know, they go out with a bond offering, and, you know, we're a little tiny 2-bit state. You know, remember that, like in a marketplace term, we're 0.5% of the population of the country. And to try to do a little bit of this and a little bit of that, at some point the bond market looks at it and goes, oh, for God's sakes, just put a bond on the market. We'll bid on something. I'm not bidding on 3 little things. And so that's an issue. But it's, you know, with IT, that whole CapEx versus OpEx thing is a riddle we haven't solved.
yeah. And I was thinking about our comments earlier, because I was talking to you about the big bump in the beginning with the traditional acquisition value, and you take some of that out with the software as a service, but you still have implementation costs that do exist. But we have a, you know, Charlie was talking about deferred maintenance. We have a term in IT called technical debt, and it's really the same thing. We're carrying a ton of that in the state, a lot of old systems that may or may not be compliant. So it's not really a either or. It's, I think, as Charlie correctly said, we have to decide where we're going to draw the line during each biennium based on the overall set of priorities for the state. And I know that, like in the last 2 biennium, it's been a pretty big difference in dollars. I think it was double this last biennium how much we funded on the IT side than we had prior. I actually have the history of the whole thing. I can send it to the committee if you want, for many years going back, because we were looking at that. But I you know, I think it's an overall prioritization thing.
Yeah, the way you could do debt is one of 2 ways. You could issue it in, you know, have an IT issue where it's a shorter term issue that's designed specifically to raise money for IT projects, and then a longer term one that would go out 20 years for your buildings and things like that. But, you know, for efficiency purposes, you group them together, and so long as you don't have just IT projects with 8-year useful lives going out 20 years, I mean, the market would view that very dimly. However, because we integrate projects like buildings into that, and typically the way New Hampshire does it is they're front-loaded debt, and so it's the principal is paid off fairly rapidly over 20 years. So as long as the useful lives of the projects match up with the useful lives of the debt service schedule, we should be okay. Any other questions?
May I just,
Sure.
some of the challenges, our capital budget is obviously, our needs are more than 3 requests. It is challenging that they're all IT. That doesn't mean that we don't, as Charlie knows, have any building challenges as well. So it's challenging for us as an agency to sort of make that priority, and knowing that we need these systems to do our business and serve our clients, but we also need to take care of all of the other maintenance, which will eventually end up in our operating budget. So either way, it's a challenging situation. So just want to throw that in there.
Okay. I'd like to thank everyone for participating today, and yes, I believe so. And the hearing will stand in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.